Right. So everything looks miserable. Hi, Dan. God, what a nightmare. Nightmare. Fucking nightmare. Uh, there's no two ways to put it. It's unfortunately suddenly become really miserable for the Bulls. Um, so it's still people are still bullish, but actually this isn't good. What's just happened isn't good. It's not great. Yeah. Effectively, what shouldn't have happened is we shouldn't have taken that low yesterday. This one here. For that idea that I had to be intact, you shouldn't have taken that low. That should have been the pivot. And the fact that we've come down lower basically confirms a 4-hour market structure change. Yeah. Lower, lower, low, lower, high, lower, low. That's a change. So it's just you just have to accept it. There's nothing you can do. You see here, as it was going up, there was a change, and high, low, high, high, and after another low was put in, it went up. Yeah. Now, of course, it reversed, but the point was, after the change, that wasn't the top. There was a continuation. There was another level to go. And so when you get these changes, this isn't the bottom. That's the problem. Yeah. So if people are looking to long, this wouldn't be it, because we've had a change. We've had a market structure change. And to have this kind of change, a bullish change followed by a bearish change almost immediately, is actually quite bearish. It's not a, you can't be bullish and experience this kind of behavior. It's just not really possible. I think a lot of people can, in hindsight, say, "Oh, I told you so. I knew it. We had a rejection." It just doesn't work like that. Anything can happen in crypto, and technically, even though we had a rejection, there's no reason why, if the markets were bullish or had strong bullishness, that this couldn't have held and gone up. There's no reason why that couldn't have happened. Yeah. At the end of the day, it's all about supply and demand. It's all about buyers and sellers. And the problem we're experiencing is there's a lot of people shorting, and there aren't many people market longing right now. What's happening is there's absorption, but there's not enough. There wasn't enough absorption to absorb the selling, and so therefore the stop losses were triggered. So people who were leveraging were stopped out. You still have people spot longing, spot buying, but it's just not enough at this level to absorb the sellers. That's basically what this price action is telling us. So you've had this nice bounce. Yeah, it isn't really a bounce. This is actually a nice bullish reversal. Came into resistance. Naturally, you'd expect a pullback for continuation, and the continuation gives you an idea about the strength of this bullish move. If you don't have continuation, it just wasn't that strong. Yeah, and that's really all that it comes down to. It just wasn't that strong. Fundamentally, for me though, I saw that the sellers weren't closing their positions. So you have people in shorts higher up or wherever in this range, they just weren't closing their positions. Yeah, really, that's what it comes down to. So it's tricky, but for the price to move up, you need market buying. To get market buying, you need crazy FOMO, which is what you experience in impulsive moves in a bull market, or you need a short squeeze. And so the only liquidation event that we had, let me see, in this whole range was one here for the shorts, one here, and one here, just one here. And this was in the low at this current range after the drop. So actually, in the scale of things, it wasn't that many. in this whole rise, when you look at the liquidation bubbles, I can only see 2 significant bubbles for the shorts. Yeah. And so we needed more. We needed like the shorts to be squeezed up. If the price had managed to get back up, I'm sure we would have squeezed a lot of shorts, and then everything would be different, because then the price would be right up into the higher part of the range. You're above structural support, you're above broken necklines, you're above reclaimed levels. Everything changes. Yeah, the sentiment changes from bearish to bullish almost immediately. And basically yesterday was the D-Day. It was the moment of glory for the bulls to shine. And you know, when you're getting bullish CVD like this, you see from this pivot to this pivot, we were getting lower CVD. That's bullish absorption. But this whole idea of bullish CVD actually becomes invalidated the minute you put in a lower low here on the price. Yeah, and so you can't go by that anymore, because even though it looks like there's bullish CVD, actually it's invalidated. And so even though on the higher time frame we're still seeing bullish absorption, that can take quite a long time to play out, and it probably requires the price to come back to test the lows one more time, yeah, to see what happens. And there's no way to know what's going to happen until you have that test. Yeah, so I can't predict whether the test is going to prove successful for the bulls or the bears, or either, or any other outcome, because you just don't know. You just can't tell. So all I can tell is that the shorts are still kind of loading up, and what's happening now is I'm seeing some bearish absorption. So sellers are absorbing the price. Okay, so you can clearly see it. See that 2 million open interest increase. See how the CVD went up. Yeah, see how it just pushed up. That's like a market buy on leverage, and you see how the price barely moved. So it's quite a large. You can see the imbalances. Actually, there aren't that many imbalances, to be fair. Here there are buying imbalances, and the price, the CVD is going up, but the price is kind of barely flinching. So kind of what you can tell by what's happening here is that now people are limit selling. They're just absorbing the buyers, and the only reason people could do that is if they're in really large short positions much higher up, and they can nicely add to their positions with limit orders and just kind of absorb the buying, and eventually the price can take another level down. You can drop another level, and so it's an easy way for these bigger players to move the price around without actually moving it, because we can see now that the market buying is kind of pretty much coming to an end. We can pretty much see it. Yesterday it was very different, because as the price was going up, you could see it was going up on open interest. Then we obviously had shorting as well, which got this is big shorting here in this move down. This is 2 days ago. Big shorting got liquidated. That was a really bullish sign to see shorts getting absorbed and then getting liquidated. So this whole move was bullish, but really the test was yesterday, and we had this kind of impulse which immediately got rejected. And to be fair, the reason why it got rejected was it's hard to see, but there just wasn't enough continuation on the buy. There wasn't enough continuation, and also we weren't getting shorts closing their position. Really, in the whole of this overall range, I think fundamentally the problem is that the people who are shorting aren't closing their positions. So it just gives you a clue about what's happening, because if shorts aren't closing, they don't feel under pressure, and if they don't feel under pressure, they're not, they can just keep their positions open. They're not feeling the pressure, and the pressure would come if the prices actually went higher. They'd start feeling pressure, and then they'd start closing, and that's when you get nice short squeezes. So we had a sign of strength. They didn't close into that, and now that we've had a rejection, I had this idea that they were adding to that, which was, in hindsight, it looks like that will happen. This was the kind of the moment of test. This was the real test, whether the bulls could hold out even after a lower low was put here. There wasn't a change. Basically, the bulls had to take it to the highs there. So let me show you what needed to happen. So it's good to know what needs to happen. And then you can basically identify whether there's strength or not. This is what needed to happen. After we put in this low here, taking out that low, that's a lower low. And effectively what the bulls needed to do here, it was looking good right up to that candle. And then the bulls needed to effectively take the price to that high. That's it. That's all the bulls needs to do. Buy the price up from 64,000 through to 67. Like if their bulls could have taken the price up another 3,000, yeah, that would have been bullish market structure continuation, and then actually it would have been much more difficult for the bears, because then the bears would have had to take out this pivot low here. It would be much difficult. And to be honest with you, it wouldn't have been difficult for the bulls to take the price up because of this sharp down move here. If the bulls were able to get the price up above this pivot, the price probably would have gone up quite fast. And then if it would have got back into this range, you would have started getting a lot of buying again, and shorts would have closed, and then the price would have got up. It wasn't really much work for the bulls to do. And that kind of gives you the clue, because it's not that much work in the scale of things, and they failed. and what you have on your side is you have this kind of bullish absorption. So the cells are being absorbed. So you have that kind of support. You've got this big support where you've got these big players, they're absorbing the selling. So that's a really big support. That's what you want, actually. You want to be on the side of the big buyers. But what you need here is market buying. That's the problem. So you need market buying, and then you need the absorption to continue. And right now, the absorption isn't enough to absorb the selling that's been happening here. And that's really what's happened. So rather than the price going up, it fell back, tried to get back into this mini little range, and it just made a lower low here. So that's bearish market structure confirmation. That's basically what happened, unfortunately. It was a coin flip. It always is with crypto. And you just basically have to trade it as it happens, and things change all the time. I mean, for most people, it looks still okay. You know, we haven't really gone down much. Most people are thinking, oh, this could still be bullish. But the reality is it isn't. It's not bullish at all. It's suddenly become extremely bearish, unfortunately. As a result, when you're looking at the order flow, things can change in crypto very quickly. When you're looking at order flow, I mean, I've been bullish, but you know, I'm now bearish. Like I have no choice when I'm looking at the order flow. I'm seeing bearish CBD now. You know? Higher CBD, lower highs. I'm seeing sell side absorption. So the sellers are absorbing the buying. Eventually, the buying will diminish, will exhaust, and then the price will drop eventually. And then people will really start selling at market. Because right now, maybe people are still holding on. Hopium, huh? Hopium. It's all hopium, really. So that's kind of where we're at now. Any thoughts, Dan? I mean, the problem is that people will always say, I told you so. I knew it. And that's basically gambling. Yeah, I'm not like a gambling guy, really. I'm just looking for probabilities. I'm not like getting back into the range was the first step. Dan, you're saying I don't think it's unhealthy for some more down or sideways. Getting back into the range was healthy. Making these free lows was healthy. Taking out the liquidity was healthy. Even getting rejected from the point of control was expected. It wasn't unexpected. It was it'd be very weird for people to say, oh, I want the price to just go through that. That doesn't make any sense. This, however, is not healthy for the bullish continuation. It just isn't. That being said, with market structure, you have to change it bit by bit. 4 hour goes into bearish. That's bearish, right? So actually, to change this now, it's not that difficult. That's the high, that's the low, that's the range, effectively. Yeah. That's the low to beat, that's the high to beat. The price can always go up, make a higher high, come back down, make a higher low, and then go up. I could always do that. So we are within a tight range where the price could still change from bearish to bullish. Again, it will go back. If that was to happen, then you will start getting shorts close and the price will start going up again. So that's not impossible, but I think people need to wait for that to happen. Yeah, like preempting that is obviously going to get people into trouble, you know, preempting what could or could not happen. And when I do a volume range pull on the whole range now, you can see we've just dropped underneath the value area low. When I'm looking at the previous price action, hasn't really happened for the third time in such a, you see here, when we dropped here and then got rejected here and came back, didn't really fall underneath it. And further earlier on, when you look here, it's hard to see, but that's the value area low. And then when you see we only kind of fell under it once and then back tested it. And here, after this rejection, falling under the value area low is actually really a massive sign of weakness. Yeah. And there's no reason now, like looking at it, there's no reason why we don't go for the lows again. That would be the next test. Now, if we do get back into the value area, that's the kind of first sign of strength that is needed. Okay, that's the third thing I'll be looking for. Otherwise, I'd probably be expecting the value area low to offer resistance on the back test. I'll probably be looking for some kind of weakness there for continuation. First sign of change will be back into the value area. That'll be the first sign of strength to look for. And then if that happens, you'll start getting people longing again a little bit more aggressively and trying to push the price up as much as they can. Getting back into this local range, that we lost. That will be the next sign of strength that I'll be looking for, because the price could always go back into the overall value area low, reject off the bottom of this mini range value area. Then the test will be whether it holds a support or whether it just falls back underneath. If we can get back into this value area, back above the point of control, we're heading for the highs for sure. For sure we are. If the price is able to do that, get back above the point of control, we're going to take those highs out. That will be a higher high. And then we're kind of stuck then. We're kind of range locked, because then the bears will have to take the price all the way back down to here, and the bulls would have basically put in a higher high here, and we're basically ranging for a while until the price can figure out that actually for me would be quite bullish. Even though it's still bearish market structure, it would be quite bullish because we'd now back into the value area. We've made a higher high, and we're back above some support level. So if I see that, honestly, I would be thinking some kind of inverse head and shoulders then, pattern forming for an upside move. Yeah, I'd have to see that first. I wouldn't like preempt that because this is very speculative. Because we've just changed market structure to bearish on the 4-hour time frame, right now I have to see strength to long. I can't long without seeing strength. I'm not a fan of shorting here either. That's the problem. Yeah, I think it's a good place to short on a pullback on the value area low, but we've only just come across it, so I wouldn't just short that just like that. That would be a gamble too. Yeah, and I certainly probably wouldn't even short Bitcoin. I'd probably be shorting an altcoin like Slurf. Yeah, because if Bitcoin drops, Slurf is going to go to zero effectively. That's what's going to happen. So yeah. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. It's kind of miserable, huh? So we all want it. We all want to get rich quick, but it's not going to happen. Yeah, yeah. Uh, it's kind of why I'm always like, I tell people you shouldn't be all in crypto. You should always have cash in reserve for the big dips. Now the question is whether people have taken profit or whether people do have reserves, because that's when people get into trouble, when they're all in and they're not able to do anything when you get these kind of situations. Looking at the weekly time frame, yeah, basically it could have been fine. You kind of needed a green candle on the weekly time frame. I don't think we're going to see that unless something crazy happens tomorrow. I just don't see it right now. I could be wrong. I just don't see it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend some time. I'm going to rechart Bitcoin. I was thinking it's good practice to rechart stuff. So I'm going to rechart Bitcoin afresh. Just do it from scratch and see if I look for levels lower down. And then what I'm also going to do is I'm going to rechart some tokens. Just going to spend a bit of time recharting. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time just dossing around, doing nothing really, just charting. And I'm not going to kind of inject my bias. Right now my bias has changed, yeah, to bearish. Yeah, really it has. I just don't think that was what I wanted to see. Yeah, and so in that context, and unless there's another change with Bitcoin, I'm not gonna think that we're gonna go up. We have come back above this lower pivot here. Yeah, that is a poor low here, and we are seeing bearish CVD. That's like a swing failure. But because of the bearish CVD and the absorption, it's very possible that we go down at the very least a swing failure this low if we're going to look to go back up. You know, if we're going to go up, we have to go down. We have to clear the liquidity here probably to see what happens. Yeah, and then if there is a swing failure here, then that will be a good place to long for a scalp. But effectively, I think what people will be looking to do is get out of their bad positions if they're trapped, and if the price does come back up as like a mini relief rally, you're going to get anyone who's trapped in this little area looking to sell into that rise. Yeah, that's probably what will happen. You'll probably have a continuation of this idea of higher low, lower lows, lower highs. That's kind of Bitcoin right now. Let me just kind of look at the higher time frame. I don't necessarily need to delete everything, but I will delete a lot of things. I'm gonna come and delete all this shit and just start over. What is that one? I'll just get rid of all of it, really. Yeah, you see, you have a long idea invalidated, you're out. You have to be out. You can't hope. When you have good invalidations, if you're invalidated, the price literally goes the other way. So that's what trading is. To be fair, we are into the golden pocket of this. So this is quite interesting. We are into the golden pocket of this rise from this pivot all the way to the high there. Yeah, naturally that would be a good place to long, but the problem is that we're back underneath the value area, so the price is a little bit trapped, and this isn't a good enough reaction. This reaction is not good enough. You need a better reaction from this golden pocket, and so I wouldn't be surprised if we attack it at least once or twice more to see what happens. Yeah, and then if there's enough liquidity to support at this level, we'll know, because the price will just struggle to get through, and then you could be looking for a reversal, but you're going to need time to see what happens at this level. And all it really is a Fibonacci level. It's nothing more than that. It's a ratio. So effectively you could start getting this kind of bearish consolidation above a support zone underneath the value area low. The other problem that we're experiencing is the real problem, is the beginning of bearish momentum, and that I think people don't really understand. When momentum starts kicking in, it's not easy to turn it around. Yeah, and so there's different ways to look at momentum. I like to look at the moving averages and the Bollinger, and you can see here almost I've got my 50 moving average. You can see it's been kind of sideways on the large part, and then here we've had the price drop underneath it in a very drastic way and come underneath it to form resistance. Okay, and it's quite different from before. When we had that experience, we were in the value area, whereas now the price has just left the value area for another time, for the third time. It's not, after a drop, after we've had a rejection, that's not what you want to see. That's really showing weakness there. And again, if you look at the 12-hour time frame, whereas before we were kind of trying to kind of find support and the price, the moving averages were turning but going flat, here you can see the price has come into the 12-hour, found resistance and dropped, and it's looking like a rejection. And obviously on the daily time frame, it's still turning. But that, you can see it's been front run, it's come back tested. If this now makes a low here, we'll probably get another relief rally, but then it's going to look really bad, because you could get people selling to that. You know, you could really get a sell. Once you make a lower low here, then people will be looking for the lower high, you know, and then it just depends on how aggressive the selling is here. If it bounces at 58 or 57, then the next point of exit for people will be the next bounce. That will people be exiting that, and that will be a big sell opportunity for anyone who's made profit. They won't be looking necessarily to buy up. And it just depends as well, because you have to see strength. But you're right now, if this starts to continue, this kind of idea continues, you're turning the moving averages. You're literally turning the moving averages. And once they start moving, it's very hard to turn them. So you see here, let me have a look. Let me get rid of these now. £100. Yeah, you see, we just drop, and you can see the midpoint, which is a 20. Yeah, you see, it's just, that's bearish. It's like the beginning of bearish momentum. If you look at that in the past, when that happened here, kind of, where is it? Yeah, it's kind of like this here, when you had your first drop, came up. See, that's your first drop, came up, and then it dropped, low, and actually it just couldn't get back above the midpoint, and the midpoint just kept on pushing the price down. So this is almost like the first drop. So I think what you're going to get, the kind of behavior you could get now that we've had our first kind of drop, if you look back in the last time that happened, basically this midpoint of this Bollinger Band starts to take a hold of the price, and there's no way to recover without it being completely exhausted. So we have to just see how this begins. I probably will be looking to short, to be honest with you. Just looking at it, I see that it's only just happened. This is the change. That's the recovery needed to be yesterday. This needs to be a recovery. Yeah, and it could have gone up. You know, if it was strong enough, it could have gone up. That would have been a good place to buy, because that could have been the low, and this could have gone up, squeezed the shorts and headed up. And then in hindsight, people would be going, oh my god, why didn't I buy the dip? That's what would have happened. It was 50-50 because you just put in a lower low. You just needed to go up and take out that high. But now that it hasn't happened, I think the momentum is now starting to shift on the medium time frame to the downside. You can see here on the 4-hour time frame the beginning of the turn of the momentum. Yeah, whereas before we were kind of going sideways in this higher range. This actually is a major shift because it's happened at the lower part of the range, and if we find resistance here, I don't see why we don't. Then you could get a kind of like a real sell, and then this momentum really begins to take a hold of the price. And I think what people are like thinking to themselves, I'm going to buy it at 58. No, you're not. No, you're not. If we're going to 58, we're going all the way down to 52. We're going down to 52. Yeah. We're probably going all the way down to 40. Like, really, that's, people have this idea in their mind that the price is going to stop here or it's going to stop here. But the reality is, after it always goes more than people think. After people are looking at this, yeah, maybe this is a Wyckoff distribution. You know, maybe that was the last place to exit this whole range. You know, I don't think it looks like it, but maybe this is different. Maybe it's been manipulated, and rather than making higher highs here, we've just put in some lower highs. Maybe that's because it's just extremely bearish. And you are looking at a distribution pattern. This is basically the last exit for a lot of people, and then you get this really sharp correction, like a really destructive correction, all the way back down to this range here, which is really the buy zone. Not this. I don't think that's a buy zone. It would have been a buy zone. You see, the difference between last week and this week is very significant. The problem with this week and last week is this rise. Yeah, it would have been so much better to not have this. If the price would have just from that top kept on going down like that, then you could have had a really sharp buy up. And that could have been your correction, you know, that could have been it. Your final capitulation, that could have been it, which is what people were expecting. They didn't get what they expected. Instead, the price failed at the lows and came back up to the point of control. And the fact that that's happened now changes everything, because now you've had that. Yeah, this little bit here. Now the price doesn't really need to go up. Yeah, it's already done it. It's already gone back up to the point of control. It had a little rejection. The price needed to do that, and it's done that, you know. And now the price can nicely go down and go down. That's really what can happen. That's kind of what I'm thinking. If people are looking at 52, they should probably be looking for lower, because if the price goes down, what happens is the momentum suddenly becomes really bearish, and it's just going to become shorts are just going to keep on shorting. I'm going to be shorting this push down as much as they can. So I am looking to short, actually. You know, I'm not fussed. I did short the top, actually. I shorted on Slurf, but I took my profit and I'm out of that. I will be looking to short Slurf now and start building a short. And I'll be looking to short that all the way down to as far as Bitcoin can go. And see what happens, you know, see what happens. See where Bitcoin finds support. And then the other thing that I was thinking is that if this is replicating the summer of the last bull market, maybe it is, you know, who knows. That was here, wasn't it? It was here. It was this kind of Wyckoff distribution pattern. It dropped. See, it dropped to the lows of this range. Right up to the drop. That's the drop. Okay. So the difference here is that you confirmed a daily structural change with that drop, with this one here. The price couldn't get back into the value area. See that? It was offering resistance. And it looked bullish because you're forming bullish candles, but actually all that was happening is you were getting some kind of bearish consolidation, a little kind of dead cat bounce type behavior for the real sell-off, the sell-off that began. And it just, people were looking for this low to buy, but it didn't offer any support. And then people were looking for this consolidation range, and actually it went all the way down with a massive liquidation event right down to the bottom here. You had a 38% dead cat. What happened last time? You had a 382 dead cat bounce from the drop to here. Not from the top, my bad. Where was it? It's from here, I think. Somewhere. Or was it from there? From the top? Yeah, from the top, from the all-time high to the top, to the low of this bounce. It just came up to the 382, like a dead cat, just in one day. And then it was just everything was sold into. So for a period of a good part of 2 months, we created this kind of range, and it just kept on testing the lows until eventually it sprung out of the lows. Okay, and so you went from this distribution pattern to this reaccumulation pattern, and that led to this rally right back up to the highs, we're still there, we're still in the highs, but if the price wants to go down, then you know, then it's not a bad place to take profit, or to or to kind of play a little bit safer, or to make sure you have enough capital on the side for a drop. I think probably in the context of this, if we do see a drop, yeah, probably somewhere in this range here would make sense for a couple of months, maybe for the summer months, May, June, July. Pretty much could be very similar to this, to be honest with you, to this. And I find it very unlikely that we have a V shape after we've put in all of this volume at the highs. And so if we do get a drop to here, I'll be looking for a range to form. I wouldn't expect it to go lower. I'd be looking for a multiple week range to form. It'll be a really great opportunity to make money in that range. Really great. Very this range here was a really great range to trade. Yeah, so I don't think this is a bad thing, to be honest with you. I think this could be a really good thing for a lot of people, because it'll be a brand new range and it'll be quite easy to trade, because all you have to do is sell the highs and buy the lows, sell the highs and buy the lows. And this basically was a multi-month range that formed. It was not multi-month, it was 2 months. It was a 2-month range that formed. Yeah. And the problem with this range was that you're getting bullish at the top and bearish at the bottom. But actually what needed to happen was expect a multiple month range to form and get bearish at the top and bullish at the bottom. That's really all that needed to happen for anyone who was in this range. Yeah. And it was a lot of selling at the top and a lot of buying at the bottom. A lot of people made money in this range, yeah, before it actually eventually broke out to the upside. All right. And that's kind of what I'm looking for. If we do get a little bit of a drop, I'll be looking for that kind of behavior. I'll be looking for some kind of multiple week, multiple month range to form here. Reaccumulation. I won't be expecting lower. And then we could get like the same thing, some kind of fake out at the bottom, breakout, rally to the highs. This rally took it was like a 3-wave rally. Although it was probably 5. But anyway, it looks like 3 from here. It's probably 5. There's probably a 5th wave right at the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Really looking for something similar. Maybe up there and up there and up there, wherever. Maybe that is the end of the 3rd wave after we have this kind of steep correction. Who knows? No one really knows. And then you're looking for a corrective move for the last wave. It's kind of what I'm thinking at the moment, just unless anything changes, right? For me, this is really, really bearish what happens. So I'm kind of like, unless anything changes, I'm not going to be thinking up now anymore. All right. Let me just quickly have a look at all of the charts one more time to see, looking at the opportunities. I think it could be really profitable though. Like, I don't think people should be upset that if we do go down. I think we could trade that range really nice if that forms. This range here, if we ever get something like that, that could be really nice. Huh? Lots of buying at the lows when everyone is feeling really scared, and sell right back into the highs of that range. Buy low, sell high. This whole thing followed a liquidation event, a massive liquidation event. I'd be interested to see if we have the same experience. The hard part of this range was knowing when it actually ended. Yeah, when it finally ended, because you had all these like 1, 2, 3, 4 pivots that had been put in, and then you had this one last final rejection. And it's very hard to know when the range ended. Yeah, it wasn't easy to know. We have to have a look at that idea closer to the time if we do start forming this. But effectively, the idea of a range forming like this is to find the limits of the range and buy lows on. And this range is a big range because you had a massive big candle that formed at the beginning of this range. You see this kind of big daily candle? That basically was your range. Everything was, to the most part, ranged inside of that one candle. So that would be really good for us. Like if we were able in one day, just one single day, to get a mother of God liquidation candle. Yeah. Bam. With a nice wick. That would be beautiful, because then we could just be inside of that daily candle for a couple of months, ranging. That would be really nice to have. Really nice to see. That would be it would be quite easy to trade as well. Just to look at my Elliot waves again, technically. And so it's good to be technical when it comes to these things, because it kind of helps when things don't always go as one would hope. This 4 that I have can come all the way down to here, which is what I said before. All the way down to 44,000. Technically, that's the lowest that this correction can come down to, this 3. The correction as far as timings can go on for a very long time. It doesn't have to be end when people think it should end. And we'd still be looking to complete a 3 wave, a final 5. Now, probably you'd expect that if we do correct deeply like this, all the way down to the top of the 1, that you get a pretty mediocre 5. Yeah. Right back up to somewhere here. Yeah, you wouldn't necessarily expect the 5 to push above. It'd be more bullish if it did, and then the correction was above the highs. But again, you don't want to get into the same situation where you have a failed auction. To be honest with you, the 5 doesn't even have to go up to there. You can have like your last 5 here, just to the, that could be like literally this is how Elliot waves work. Yeah. That 5 can be anything really. All it needs to be is impulsive. That's it. It just needs to be impulsive, and it needs to have 5 waves. Yeah. So after you correct, the 4 cannot come underneath the 1. That's a rule. So at least we know where it can't come underneath. Okay. And then the 5 can be anything. I mean, the 5 can literally, after you've corrected all the way down to there, eventually after you begin your 5, it could just be an impulsive wave back up to the golden pocket. That could be your 5. Wherever the 4 ends, the 5 could just be an impulsive wave back up to the golden pocket. Yeah, it just has to be 5 waves, and it has to be impulsive. That could be your 5 correction, and that's completion of wave 3. Yeah. If that's your 1, 2, 3, if that was your 1, 2, 3, again, the 4 can come all the way down to the 1, and this is what people don't understand. That's how it can happen. That's how it can play out. So even though you've completed your 3, even though you've completed your 1, the macro, the 1, 2, 3, which would be to there, the 4 can come all the way down to 31,000. Can you imagine BTC back at 31,000? That would be correct. It would be technically correct. Yeah. For your last wave, which would be the wave 5, the big wave, right? That I would expect that to be the big wave, because you're not, this would not be as extended. None of these would be extended. I expect one extended one, and then possibly you would be then looking to go to your higher targets. If this was to play out, right? Delete all that rubbish. You'd be looking for an extended wave all the way up to someone like 120,000. That's it. From 30 to 120, a 4x on BTC. That would be it, probably. And you wouldn't have that super cycle blow off top that people have if this was to play out, and this would be perfectly correct, perfectly acceptable, because you've adhered to all the rules of Elliott waves, and you know you're having a deep correction here on 4, pull back to there, it would still be correct in terms of Elliott. This 5 doesn't have to go up there. It could always just go up to there. And you could, you know, like the 5 can be anything. That's what people don't understand. If you do squeeze up there, then you could rally up all the way up to the top. 72. Tim the Chin. You see, it's people like Tim the Chin that are fucking with us. They're fucking with us. Pardon my language on a Saturday morning. I had a short from 73, but I closed it. What an idiot. I shorted it. I shorted the top. I like to close my trades. I hate holding on to trades, but I really should hold on to them for a bit longer. It's fine. I'm okay with buying the dip. I've already said that most of my value is not in crypto. Most of it is in property. So I'm not really stressed at all. You're targeting 59, and I think, like, I think we just have to like play it by ear, if that means anything. What I know about Bitcoin is that it always goes further than people expect, especially to the downside. And and therefore, because what I'm seeing as well is the beginning of momentum to the downside form. We've only just begun the downside momentum. When you look at the Bollinger Bands, you look at the 20 MA, the midpoint, we've been going sideways now for a while, yeah. And if we are looking to go down, this is the first drop, and we're now starting to form bearish momentum. We're only just turning to form bearish momentum. Whenever you get this drop and you come back and you can't fail to get above the midpoint of the Bollinger Band, yeah, kind of similar to this kind of price action here, then it kind of really goes down. It really pushes down. We've only just turned the momentum on the medium time frame back to the downside. And one thing I know about momentum is once it starts to pick up, it really keeps on going. Like, it goes a lot further than people think, and people start to aggressively sell their positions, you know. If there is anyone who's long from much lower down, from 30,000 area or 40,000 area, there might be people still leveraged long, yeah, and they're still in healthy profits. And if they haven't taken enough profits, they're going to start closing their longs quite aggressively, yeah, once we start seeing the loss of levels, and then the momentum's really going to start to rally to the downside. Okay, so I think what I'm expecting is it for BTC to do a lot more damage than people think. It's going to be a more aggressive to the downside than people think. Yeah. And actually what I'm just imagining is this drop last Bitcoin bull run summer, and the minute that we started falling, there was no stopping it. It just kept on falling and falling and falling. It was pretty brutal. And Tim the Chin is saying the DTCC says that starting next Thursday, ETFs that have Bitcoin or any other cryptos will have zero collateral value for loans. Gary Daniels, welcome. Moving downside to 52k before we go to all-time high. You will see Sailors selling his BTC starting Monday. Yeah, I can definitely believe it. I think right now what's happened is the first thing that needed to happen for people to sell, to really sell. Yeah. While, you know, like, this is what I was saying, and this is what I'm saying it's easy to like say, oh, I told you so. I don't think I told you so is the right. I think it's just really stupid for people to say that. The price can go up, the price can go down. Like, no one is in control of the price. Yeah. And reclaiming the range. Yesterday was the decision day. Holding the value area low. You're on support. You've put your pivot in. You have to hold. You have to go up. You know, like the bulls could have done that. Yeah. Take out that high. Back into bullish market structure, squeezing the highs. That will be a squeeze. Yeah. And you could end up in the higher of the range. Everything looks bullish again. Yeah. Because all of a sudden shorts start closing and your price is right back in the top of the range, and you're range bound. You're still range bound. You're not rallying to the moon, but at the very least, you're just back in the top of the range, which is what you want to see for the price to continue going sideways effectively. Yeah, it could still be corrective, but instead of correcting now at the lows down here, wherever the price is going to find a low, you're still correcting in the highs, which would, this whole thing would have been so bullish for Bitcoin if Bitcoin had the capability of a sideways correction here for multiple months. Yeah, whatever, then I'm sure we would have probably been really rallying to high numbers. Yeah, because the next launch would be straight into price discovery, and you'd have no trap liquidity to clear to get to the upside. This is the most bullish idea: a flat correction underneath resistance, a prolonged flat correction underneath resistance. Yeah, the problem is that people are shorting. Yeah, they're shorting. They're selling because of the fear, and there's not enough buying to absorb that at these levels. And you've got some whales who are picking up Bitcoin at high prices. They're not going to want to be underwater for a long period of time. They're going to start selling or scaling out and looking for lower if we start seeing lower prices. Now, for the first time, I'm seeing massive weakness in Bitcoin. Obviously, failed auctions are a sign of weakness, but at the top of the range where we're still range bound, that's normal, because you're getting failed auctions at the highs, you're getting failed auctions at the lows. Okay, so it's very normal to experience deviation from the range, but this is what I don't like. I don't like that we had a rejection and now we're back outside of the range. I don't like that. I don't think that's what I wanted to see. And I think right now we have a really easy invalidation. Yeah, it's probably if we are going down, this is a really tight invalidation. Really tight invalidation for a short entry. You'd have to have a wide invalidation, but that's basically your short right now. What was your target, Tim the Chin? What was his target? 59,500. Well, that's not too far away. This is not a good trade. Up to there, but that's basically your wide invalidation. That would be a higher high on the 4-hour time frame. Yeah. That would be an amazing short if we swing failure that, if we somehow manage to get there. But realistically speaking, your invalidation is acceptance back into the value area low. That you're not expecting that after losing the value area low by confirming bearish market structure on the 4-hour. You're not expecting the price now to get back in. You're not expecting that. So you have a really easy invalidation. You can always get invalidated. Bitcoin can do anything, so you can always get invalidated. But you see here on these wicks, these are selling tails. We are making lower wicks. Apart from that one, which was a swing failure, we are making lower wicks, and you could expect that idea to continue. Yeah, where the price is just failing to make higher highs, it's just making lower highs, and you know we are starting to form bearish trend lines as well. So really, this is the beginning of the bear move. Like, people might be thinking to me, oh, I should have shorted higher. Why didn't I short up there or whatever? But this is really the beginning of the bearish move, if you think about it, because we're only just losing the value area low of this this multi-week range. Yeah. For me, this is like the beginning. Okay. And I am expecting lower prices now, just because we haven't held the value area low, right? It'd be easy to see if we get back, if we find strength. So finding strength now would be getting back into the value area low, breaking this steep trend line that's formed or forming. That would be strength, getting back into the value area low, getting back above this trend line, breaking it and back testing it for support. And also you can do a little mini range pull in this kind of lower range. Getting back into that range is going to be a sign of strength. If we can get back into that range, get back above that trend line, get back above the local range point of control, okay, again, you're starting to change the narrative again. So it may be choppy, but until that happens, this whole thing is going to look terribly weak. Yeah, terribly weak. Gary's saying moving downside to 52k before we go to all-time high. Tim the Chin study the DTCC news. Oh my god, it's it's not. Here, let's have a look at this one. DTCC announces ETFs with Bitcoin exposure to hold zero collateral value for loans. Starting April the 30th, DTCC will enact amendments to collateral values for select securities as part of its annual line of credit facility renewal. These modifications could impact position values within the collateral monitor. Effective immediately, no collateral value will be assigned to exchange traded funds or similar. Consequently, those securities will face a 100% haircut. Wu-Chain. Well, that's quite bearish, isn't it? What the hell? All right. It's extremely bearish. That's like mega bearish, dude. It's like, what the hell's that? I think we're gonna I think we're gonna need open heart surgery, Jay. I think it's bad. It's like terrible. This is big news. Yeah, that's massive. What the hell? What the hell is? Where did it go? Shit. Anything else? Basically, they're saying that means they can't use their exposure to ETFs as valid collateral. Well, that sucks. Because basically that becomes dead value as part of their portfolios when they're trying to get credit lines and stuff like that. Anything in Bitcoin is going to be dead value. And so they're not going to have a massive exposure to Bitcoin as before, because they need that value as collateral for credit and loans and stuff like that. That's terrible. That's really bad. What the hell? We're gonna see a massive sell-off, guys. That's not good at all, because anyone who's been buying is just they're gonna scale back on their positions ASAP. Just that's not good. That's what we're experiencing now. That's what this is. This whole thing. It's being priced in, and they've timed it really nice. They've timed it with the Bitcoin halving, so naturally people are buying. So I mean, the whole thing's a scam, really, if you think about it. The whole thing's a scam. All right, guys. Just be really safe. Scale back on your positions. Make sure you have capital in the sidelines for aggressive, not so aggressively, but for buying the dips. Don't fade on TRVL. You can fade on it if you want. Do what you want, really, but be safe. Yeah, don't go crazy with your altcoin exposure. That's for sure. You can see that everything's bleeding. Look, this is a bleed. All this red is bleeding. I honestly think it's a really good opportunity to buy altcoins, but I think what needs to happen first is for the market to play out and for people to let the market do its thing. Yeah, I think you have to be really careful now, because I think what Tim the Chin has just highlighted is basically bad news. It's really bad news, and it hasn't actually been priced. It might have been priced in, but look, it's starting April the 30th. When did they announce it? Oh, they announced it yesterday. There you go. That's the change. This has literally changed everything as of yesterday. Have a look at that. All right. Yeah, be really careful, guys. Honestly, I'm not selling my TRVL. I'm out of all other altcoins at the moment, except one. I'm only in 2 coins at the moment. I'm in TRVL and KubeCoin. That's it. And then the rest of my value is in fiat. So most of my value is always in fiat, like most. So I'm never stressed when it comes to the markets, because I always have capital for major pullbacks and major shit corrections like we're just about to experience. People can think that there are different strategies for buying and selling. Yeah. Do you trade? Do you sell high and try and buy low, or are you a higher time frame trader like I am? Yeah, I'm a higher time frame position trader. For me, these like day-to-day fluctuations don't really mean anything, because the markets always go up and down, and they're quite volatile. I'm looking at the higher time frames, right? So on the higher time frame, this is the monthly time frame on TRVL, which is my token of interest. Nothing changes in terms of my value of this project. Nothing's changed. Yeah, nothing changes and nothing will change. I see immense growth as a real world business, as a real world application that's going to destroy Airbnb, right? Nothing, in my mind, nothing has changed. Yeah, Airbnb is right for the taking, and it's going to be Dtravel that does it, because of their decentralized idea and using future technologies. They don't have the encumbrance of old tech, of old legacy ideas. Dtravel is a very dynamic, new, and forward-thinking Web3 project, and we've only just really begun. Yeah, this is, as far as I'm concerned, this is the monthly time frame. These are the lows. Yeah, these are the lows. If we have one more revisit of the lows, I'll be buying. Okay, I'm going to be buying more. I really don't have a problem buying more at lower prices. I'm still not looking to exit at 10 cents or 9 cents or 6 cents or 7 cents. I'm not looking to sell or exit at the lows of a multi-year range. Yeah, whatever happens, this is going to break out, and the breakout is going to be a God Almighty tsunami to the upside. Eventually, it will happen. Okay, just simply because the project is off the charts and the project is growing, and they keep on adding and building, and eventually it's going to be an amazing Web3 application that's going to really challenge Airbnb, Booking.com, and other kind of travel kind of companies. So I'm really bullish on this. It's quite a low liquid market, and it's got quite a small market cap. It's not going to take much to defend the lows, and we're in a much stronger position now than we were, say, in November, October, because I think it was off the radar back then, and now it's suddenly getting on the radar. And so you only have to look at Dtravel's Twitter to see the interactions and to see the following that Dtravel is gathering, and it is building and it's building and it's building, and it's really starting to pick up. Yeah, you know, if you look at the interactions now on some of these posts, like 23 hours ago, look at the interactions, look at the views. Yeah, you see that. I've been involved in this project basically since almost the beginning, and the growth is phenomenal. It's really, I'm seeing so much growth in the community, in the support from the crypto markets, and also I'm seeing a lot of new properties come online to Dtravel. I'm seeing more and more bookings. So I'm basically, you're seeing what you want to see in a real world business. Okay, crypto is crypto. Crypto will do its thing, but eventually in the future, this is going to really explode to the upside. Now, of course, we wanted Bitcoin to show strength and we wanted this to go up much further, much quicker. Unfortunately, we may not be in that situation, and ultimately, it all depends on how aggressive the selling is and how strong the hands are, and also it depends on how much interest there are in lower prices. If the price does fall, you see right now we're kind of trying to get back into the value area on this on Mexi. If I go to say another exchange like KuCoin, it looks like we are already back. We haven't really managed to leave the value area, so we potentially could be looking to come back down to test the point of control at 3 cents. Yeah, doesn't mean I'm not going to sell at 6 cents to try and buy at 3 cents. I'm just going to buy more at 3 cents. Yeah, like for me, nothing has changed in terms of what I'm planning to do. I always had a plan to buy the dip. I'm just not aggressively buying it because I'm waiting for fear to go to -10 or whatever it is, to 10 or to 20. Like that's really when you start to aggressively buy the dip. Bybit, you can see that the point of control has moved up. Again, that could be bearish if the price falls underneath it. Okay, so the price is trying to fall underneath it. I did say that. It could be bullish, it could be bearish. It could be bullish if you can hold it, but if you unfortunately fall underneath it, it becomes bearish. We're still in the value area of this local range. We still haven't lost it. We're still trying to hold a higher low. I think everything is to do with Bitcoin, and it's to do with how people value this token. I think there's a lot of people sitting on the sidelines looking to pick up this token and then looking to get a nice position. So this could be the chance. This would be the chance that people are waiting for. If people sell, they'll probably be looking to buy back lower. And if people haven't bought in, then this could be their chance to buy in lower. I can't really tell you how this is going to play out because Bitcoin right now is causing a lot of uncertainty on the market. And naturally, when Bitcoin is uncertain, people will stop buying. They will stop. They may not sell, but they will stop buying. They'll wait. Yeah. And I think that's a sound strategy because obviously I don't think it's fair that people are told to buy when there's a chance that the price could dip another 50% or another 20% or another. I think that's right. I don't think it's good to look back in history and go, oh my God, I should have sold at 12. I'm going to now sell at 6. That's not a good trading plan. It'd be better. A trading plan would be, well, look, it's already gone to 12. So whatever I buy now, at the very least, I will expect it to get back up to 12. You know, that would be a better plan. That would be a better concept. So at the very least, it gives people an opportunity to continue scaling in. And then if they do take some profit back at the highs, then they haven't really lost anything. They've just improved their position, or they've just made a little bit of profit on the amount that they've scaled. I never think it's a good idea to scale into weakness either. I think the price needs to settle and find support. Okay, we've kind of been on this multi-week uptrend and we've come into resistance. The resistance has been quite strong, and I think that's largely to do with Bitcoin. This could be the opportunity. This could be the dip to buy. Okay, it does look like it's starting to look like an inverse head and shoulders now. We haven't made a higher high here. I would have preferred to have seen that. Yeah, we didn't see that. If we put in a higher high there, we'd be looking for a higher low. We're not seeing that right now. So depending on the market sentiment, we have to see how far this is going to correct and how far Bitcoin is going to correct and how long it's going to correct. But ideally what you want to see is you want to see not too long in the lows. You really want to see aggressive buying to take the price right back up. I don't necessarily want to see a prolonged range in the lows here, it'll be quite hard to get back up if you start spending a lot of time lower down. Yeah, you kind of want to not spend too much time. You want to see the buying to be still aggressive, and so much buying that the price just can't stay in that lower range. If we get lower, you want the price to be bought back up. You really, if you do fall below underneath this point of control, you want the price to be bought back up, and you want to reflip that point of control as soon as possible. Yeah, now I can't make that happen. It's going to be a market thing. The market has to make that happen. If that does happen, then people are going to start getting bullish again, and they're going to start looking at this and going, wow, look, this is looking quite bullish, because it's like forming some kind of inverse head and shoulders. Again, people like patterns, but they can always fail, so no one can predict that. And ultimately, it's gonna, as the application grows, as new and new listings come on board, as the partnerships are announced, as Bitcoin finally kind of consolidates and finds its bottom and consolidates, and where the risk of Bitcoin falling diminishes, I think then altcoins could potentially start rallying again. Yeah, and they will be kind of within the context of Bitcoin going sideways and Bitcoin going nowhere. Yeah, it's always better for altcoins to rally when Bitcoin is in the highs of price discovery, but short of that, you could see like a mini alt season when Bitcoin finds the floor. And effectively what needs to happen is Bitcoin needs to find the floor, needs to find the final low, whatever that low is. Bitcoin needs to just find the low. Once Bitcoin finds the low, honestly, I'm thinking down here, I know people are looking at 53k, and maybe we'll get a bounce at 53k, but actually I think I'm looking at this like here. I'm looking at there, because I don't really think that Bitcoin is just going to stop at this little red candle here. And then if it does stop, you know, it could get sold into again. You know, you could get that for continuation to fill all of this gap right down to this lower level, and that would require a lot of selling, huh? So in that context, I think when it comes to Bitcoin, whatever happens, we have to find the bottom. This is clearly, this isn't the bottom. Yeah, so I'm not going to apologize for thinking that this was the bottom. It could have been. It 100% could have been the bottom. And the main thing is that you have an invalidation, right? So when I was looking at the price action yesterday, I had an invalidation. It was pretty simple. I said, I don't want to see the price go underneath this level here. You see the price hit that level, and look, you see all of a sudden the price action has become extremely bearish. Arguably, you can say it was bearish before, but look, before at least there was an attempt to buy. Now there's no attempt. Why? Because you've just literally, everyone's just been invalidated. All the bulls have just been invalidated because that was their invalidation. That was a lower low. And that's having an effect on the rest of the market. Yeah, look, TRVL. I bought some today, actually, on limit. I'm putting some really small limit orders, but unfortunately, Bitcoin is having an impact on all markets. Yeah, and so as Bitcoin pulls back, naturally, all markets are gonna pull back, and the only way to prevent that is limit orders. But the problem with TRVL and problem with a lot of altcoins is there's not a large amount of liquidity. Not even in a lot of altcoins, like even if you're looking at Slurf, there isn't really that much liquidity. So if someone has a large position on Slurf, it is still quite, even though there's a lot of volume, there isn't a large amount of liquidity. So when you sell you still move the price quite a fair distance. There's volume, but there's no liquidity. With this, you know, the liquidity is low. So if you're trying to, like, if someone's trying to sell a large position, they at market, they're going to move the price. And so naturally what you want is you want to sell it at limit orders, but then that depends on the volume as well, because you need buy volume to buy your limit orders. If you don't have market buying, those limit orders aren't going to fill. And so therefore, if someone's looking to sell, they're forced to sell at market, and that pushes the price down. And unless there's large limit orders in the way to absorb the market selling, then all that's going to happen is that the price of the token is just going to descend. I don't think it's a good strategy, but you know, I think everyone has to do what they want to do. I'm seeing a lot of bearishness now. Okay, so I just want people to be safe. Oh, thanks, Tim the Chin. I appreciate that. He's saying, I'll buy a bag of TRVL. You're doing a great job and enjoy watching your live stream. Appreciate that. Look, we still look, everything could have been fine, and it's still, technically it's still fine, but honestly, look, that was the higher low. This needed to go up. You know, like, we're in the range, but Bitcoin is showing weakness. I can't lie to you and pretend that this is going up when Bitcoin is basically going down. We just don't have enough big whales to absorb the price at these levels. It's just, we just don't have enough. Yeah. And I think a lot of people are going to be hands off the market while they allow Bitcoin to correct. Yeah, I think that's how it works. And then when Bitcoin finally corrects, people are going to aggressively market buy. That's kind of how it goes. And so even though, like, technically, when I'm looking at this, you know, technically we did change market structure in a 4-hour time frame. Technically it was correct. High, low, high. That's the 4-hour time frame. There's nothing wrong with that idea. We haven't put in a low yet. But because of Bitcoin showing weakness, and look, and it all came down to yesterday, and this is what happened. If Bitcoin would have held and gone up, that would have been your low. You see that? Because Bitcoin would have gone up and this would have gone up with Bitcoin. Yeah. And because of what's happened to Bitcoin by Bitcoin putting in a lower low, this is struggling now. It's struggling. So these markets are correlated. They're not independent of each other, right? So while we haven't put it in yet, look, it's only a few pips away. That's going to be your lower low. And then the next opportunity to sell, I think people will start scaling out if they want to, and then you're going to start seeing bearish continuation. And fundamentally it will come down to how many people put limit orders to absorb the market selling. Because even though I don't think it's a good idea to market sell, because it makes no sense, because you're just pushing the price down, it will happen. And actually the better thing to do is to just put limit orders as you get the pullbacks, to just scale out with limit orders, and just let the markets work naturally. Of course, Cactus, you're not just a bear, you're a happy bear eating cake. Eating happy cake. J Foray, we would have seen a more aggressive sell-off if it was a true major issue. From what I can tell, there's more to it. Yeah. Apparently using cryptocurrency ETFs for lending as collateral in brokerage activity will continue without impact. That's what Jay is saying. Well, we'll have to see, yeah? We'll have to see what happens. But we're really, like, when I'm looking at TRVL, we're really on the edge of changing market structure, or beginning to try to change market structure to bearish. Yeah. So I can't give people the confidence that they need And I think the only thing that I can tell people to do is make sure you're not 100% in crypto. Yeah, like it's just not the smartest play right now with all of that's being said and done to be 100% in crypto. That just doesn't make sense. We've put in a lower low on BTC. You see BTC is already kind of feeling sluggish and feeling lazy. And really for me, the indicator that I've been talking about for a long time now, well, the last few weeks, has been Slurf. Yeah. And basically Slurf is just telling me no, there's no interest. Not interested. Yeah, that's how you kind of know when you see your meme coins start falling like crazy, then you kind of know that things aren't looking strong. I'm looking to I wasn't a short on Slurf. I closed it. I think that's one of my biggest weaknesses. So I'm looking to short Slurf now. Like if you look at the market structure, lower, higher, lower. So I'll be looking to short the lower highs now. I don't see why this doesn't continue. This downtrend has only just changed, and I'll be looking to short Slurf. And when I look at Slurf right now, technically it's still in the range, but I'm seeing major weakness across the whole of the market. I'm seeing some really bearish reversal candles on Slurf. You see, these are quite bearish. That yesterday's candle was extremely bearish. It reversed all of this price action. Closed lower than this close here. You see, we've already back tested it to push down. Really bearish, huh? This is really bearish. When you're looking at the weekly time frame, the weekly candle hasn't ended yet, but that is like unbelievably mega bearish what I'm seeing right now. This should not have continued. This next week, this week that we're in now, should be green, and it should close above the previous week high. That would be bullish, an idea of bullish continuation, right? I don't mind that the price has gone up and come back down, but closing down here is not bullish. For Slurf, needed to close above the previous week high for any chance of survival, like, because then you would have weekly levels still to defend, then you'll be above the point of control, then there's a chance to go up. Okay, but this is looking extremely bad. Like, really, it's looking bad. And effectively what you're creating as well is massive resistance at this level, because if this week closes red, which it looks like it is, you've got a nice juicy untapped weekly level at about 41 cents, and that's right at the point of control as well. So there's major resistance right there on Slurf forming at 41 cents. So I'll be looking to short this, and I'm probably looking to take this Slurf all the way back down to 20 cents. Like, if the market continues, I don't see why we don't go all the way down here and go right back to 20 cents. I didn't see. So I think as a hedge, if people are looking to hedge, if the market continues bearish, which it probably will, and if something drastically changes, then this is probably the token to short. Yeah, if you're looking to build a short position, this is probably it. And your invalidation at the moment is pretty easy. It's quite a wide invalidation, so you may want to slowly build a short position and not go crazy. Would be back above the range point of control there. You see 41 cents. That's your invalidation. You're quite away from it right now. So it wouldn't be easy to just short. You really just want to short the pullbacks. Effectively, that's your invalidation right now. Okay, but on a higher time frame, if you're looking to take the lows, I don't see why not. If this bearishness continues, then you have a pretty good trade in your hands. You have a 1 to 2.5. that's starting with a wide invalidation. Obviously, if the price kind of starts doing that, then you can start tightening your invalidation and adding to your position, and it becomes a lot more lucrative of a trade. Yeah. At the moment, it's very hard to enter Slurf. There's no entry. Yeah. So it's basically just, it'd be hard to enter right now, because where would you put your invalidation? It's hard, because you'd have to put your invalidation right back up there. It's quite a wide invalidation. So unless you're willing to scale into that, it'd be very difficult to position in like now, like with this price action. Like right now, you're literally looking for the pullback. It'd be nice if it pulled back for a little back test, but you can see, look, you see all of this volume. This is volume coming out. That's really bearish. It's volume coming out and the price moving down really strongly in a strong manner is very bearish. So Tim the Chim, that weekly on Slurf just grabbed liquidity from higher. Absolutely it did. You're absolutely correct, Tim. That was just a liquidity grab from this candle here, from this opening candle here, and it actually it kind of front run the bottom of that candle, because it didn't actually get to the bottom, so it was aggressively front run. Normally you would expect the price to try and get back up to the bottom of the previous week's low, which would have been there. That would have been very normal. The fact that it was pushed, it was front run, just tells you that there was a lot of people trying to get out of this at as close to break even as possible. Okay, so that's basically what's happening with Slurf. I honestly think Slurf is a good one to short if the markets do look to tumble, because if we do take out this low, it's going to look so disgustingly bearish. It's going to look so bearish. Basically, you're going to basically be looking to make another low. It's like a bearish market structure forming, continuation, and you may get into a situation where you get a crazy, just everyone dumping this token into price discovery to the downside. So it could be quite right now it's not a bad place to like start building a short if people are familiar with shorting, or knowing how to do that without getting into too much trouble. Just remember that your invalidation would be for the price to get back above the point of control. So you can clearly see right now on the daily time frame that the point of control is your major resistance, and you can see how the daily candles have formed around the point of control. So in the context of everything, I don't expect the price to get back above the control. If we do get a pullback, you see this green daily candle, this daily low should offer resistance at about 40 cents. It's still quite a distance. I'm not like advocating for people to just blindly short, but if you are looking to short, this is the one to short. I'll show you the fibs right now. I've got them here. Actually, let me just update Slurf's volume range just to make sure it's up to date. The point of control, the value area low is a bit higher to there. I'll check it on HTX as well. Do I not have fibs? Where is that done from? Yeah, this is from the HTX launch price to the HTX all-time high. And which way did I do it? I did it from the launch price to the all-time high. on HTX, and using the log chart, these are the fibs that I got. I think they are okay. Let me just get rid of the volume levels. Get rid of this now. Let me put it on a higher time frame. Let me just get rid of the volume as well so it's cleaner. Get rid of that. If you do it from this buy beta peak high to this low, let me have a look at that and see what that looks like. 50%. The 50% is working on this. Golden pocket, 382. I mean, potentially, it's weird because there's nuances in charts. Like, even though you have the HTX all-time high to the launch price, if you do this on Bybit, it also kind of correlates within itself. Most of the volume is actually coming on HTX. So Bybit's obviously derivatives and HTX is spot. So when I look at HTX, I prefer it because you have the HTX launch, which is at 20 cents. But then also what you have, something interesting is you have the Radium launch, which is at 2 cents. So what on the HTX chart, I've got both. And this is from the 2 cents from Radium all the way to the HTX high. And this also corresponds. It's quite unusual, but the fibs are really lining up on all of the charts, but on different kind of price ranges and different so within the charts themselves. So this is basically from the Radium launch, which is 2 cents, to the all-time high. You can see that here the 382 corresponds to the value area low. Or let me actually extend that and see where the volume is on Slav. It's actually a bit higher now. It's hard to see the correlation there, but you can see that the 236, so thereabouts. There was like an SR flip there at the 236, thereabouts. Maybe this high is slightly lower. Sometimes it's hard to know which pivot to use. Maybe that pivot's better, this one here. Maybe that's a better pivot, just because the 236 nicely lines up. The 382 almost lines up here. And so naturally you've got your kind of slightly higher time frame, not higher time frame, slightly wider range fib levels just from the 2 cents low, right? And so if I'm looking to short this, it's hard to short a red candle when the price has already moved so much. But there is a trade to be had if someone can. I'll be looking at that in more depth to try and find entries on that. You kind of try and have to find an entry, but potentially you could be looking at, if that's your invalidation there, on a trend based fib from that pivot high to this low to this high here, on the simple 1-to-1, you know, could be probably taking this down to about 11 cents, just a simple 1-to-1 of this move here. That's definitely within reach with a Bitcoin correction. That takes us much further down. And obviously just taking it back to the lows is definitely on the table. I don't see why not. And for if you get an extended push, you know, then you could be going much lower. And that's from the 0.02. If I use the other fib, where's the other one? So this is just on the HTX launch price, which was 20 cents. I'm not quite sure if I should take it to there or to there. I'm actually thinking this lower pivot would be better. Not the launch pivot. I'm not sure. But anyway, you've got and if you were to do an extension on that, again, you've got some lower targets for extended extensions on that fib retracement. So again, it's not easy to short when you see the price has already moved, yeah, but on the higher time frame, this could be the beginning of a much deeper move. Yeah, this could be the and if Bitcoin really starts to pull back, this is going to dump like there's no tomorrow. And so actually you could probably end up with quite an easy trade. It's just really hard to enter at the low like that. It's just not easy. Yeah, because you know the price could retrace to go down. So all right, this is something to bear in mind. Yeah, look, it's already down 13%. Definitely looking to sell into the pullback. But look, we're making lower highs. It's looking really bearish. You've got selling tails. The whole thing is looking really bearish. Like people are trying to get out. You can tell. You're going to get that behavior in a lot of altcoins, to be honest with you. If you look at altcoins and you see that they've moved quite a lot in a very short space of time, they're the ones to be concerned about. Because you see how you have these fast moves, they get filled quite quickly when you have breakdowns. Yeah. So if you're looking at your altcoin and you're thinking to yourself, how much further downside is there to my altcoin? Like, am I able to withstand a pullback? Then what you have to bear in mind is you have to think about how fast it's moved up in that move to the upside. Yeah. So when I'm looking at Solana, for example, it's good to look at the higher time frame, and just you have to look and see like this trade has already played out and it's already reacted negatively, so I didn't take it, but that's kind of where you wanted the price to settle to continue. And because of Bitcoin, we're starting to see the price fall back. But what you have to look at is red candles. So when you're looking at your altcoins, without me analyzing every single one, just for yourselves, look at the higher time frame. Look at all the red candles on the way down, right? And every single red candle is gonna start forming a bit of support as the price descends. And when you see no red candles, that's when you're going to get the fastest move to the downside. So if, for example, Solana was somehow to get down to here, then the next correction would be a straight shoot down to the next kind of red order blocks that you see, the red candles. So when you see that kind of fast move, you also get fast corrections to the downside. And so it's quite scary for a lot of altcoins which have just moved up in straight lines. Excuse me. Let me show you. Some of these altcoins are easy to see. Let's have a look at WIF. Yeah, WIF, for example. Yeah, it's looking terrible, huh? Look. It's forming a head and shoulders. You've put in a lower low here. That's a market. You could short WIF as well, to be honest with you. A little breakdown of that. You could short WIF. WIF would probably go down quite fast as well if we do have a breakdown. At the moment, you're still on support. That's the difference between WIF and, say, something like Slurf, which has already lost support. But when you're looking at WIF, you can see that we've had a rejection of the value area high. We've lost This might be the one. This might be a better one to short, to be honest with you. We've lost this previous low here. We've cleared the liquidity from this daily level. You see how the wick goes down and it's cleared it. So there's really no liquidity there. The next support level is going to be the point of control. And if you take out this daily low, then you've got a confirmed daily market structure change, because you've already taken out that low. That's the lower low. This becomes the lower high. That becomes a confirmation of the change. You've completed your head and shoulders. You haven't completed it. You've confirmed a head and shoulders pattern by making a lower low. And this is just going to go right down if this continues. So actually, this is probably a better token to short. It's just that slurf will quickly go into price discovery to the downside. Whereas this, you saw, you know, the next point of support is going to be this red candle here, this little daily level here. Maybe the value area high of this overall range. Let me see how much. Oh, okay. You see how I've just done an overall range pool, and actually the value area high has moved up to the point of control here of that local range. Let me get rid of these drawings now. They're in the way. Okay. So this is the upper range. That's the overall range. The point of control of the overall range is still at the lows. The value area high has moved up. We're coming back to the value area high. We've put in a lower daily low here. That's the higher low. That's the higher high. This is the lower low. This could be the lower high. Take out that low. This is going down. A measured move on this inverse head on this head and shoulders. Would at the first target would be the low of that wick. Here, that would be your first nice juicy target on a short, on a breakdown. With these kind of head and shoulders, you get a really aggressive breakdown. So you're probably looking for a 1 to 2 on that move. Right back down to these lower levels. You know, I don't think anyone's going to be holding on to this shit coin if this continues to play out. I'm looking to short this now. Looking at it now, why wouldn't you? You'd be looking to short this now, right? It's looking quite juicy, huh? For a short. It's just trying to find the right entry. It's not easy to find a good entry once you've already moved. Potentially, what you would do is you'd wait to lose the point of control here. Back test the point of control. There's resistance, and you could take that short potentially. Let me just see. Oh, actually, my bad. So the range, we have lost it because the range is actually up here when you come into the above that value area high. That's actually where the range is. So yeah, we have lost it. Look, we've lost it. So even though there's a higher volume node down here, we've actually lost the point of control. Okay. So yeah, this looks like a really good short, to be honest with you. It's just hard to enter. So you're just going to have to scale into that and see what happens. Maybe you could, I might be, I don't know. It's not easy. It's not easy to short when the price is already low. But when you're looking at it on a higher time frame, it looks good, huh? It looks like a good place. That's basically your trade, somewhere there. Back up to the point of control. And on the token like this, that will be your first target here. Somewhere there. That's a 1 to 5 trade. And if it overextends and goes all the way down to somewhere here, you're looking at a 1 to 6 or something like that. Let me do a fib pull on from that low to that high. Now you would target the golden pocket. You wouldn't be greedy. It's no point being greedy. That would be that would be basically your measured move on this head and shoulders pattern that's forming down to the golden pocket. Right. I'm going to start shorting with actually just yeah. Any questions, guys? Oyolo Ali. Hi, how's it going? The best, honestly, the best way to short is when you would short BTC. So what you could do is look at Bitcoin, and when you see that Bitcoin is in a good place to short, then look on the note like this or Slurf, and then short those instead. Yeah, so you're not shorting Bitcoin, yeah, you're shorting your altcoins, but you're doing it when it looks like it's a good place to short Bitcoin. So that's the way to do it. So you're basically shorting your altcoin at a good time, at a good place to short Bitcoin. So like I'm not, like I said with Bitcoin, I'll be looking to short the pullbacks. I'm not looking to short the lows here. And so in this kind of range, you see now, look, there's a little bit of a swing failure of the local lows here. What you could form is some kind of bearish consolidation, and it can sometimes bearish consolidation can actually deceivingly look quite bullish. Yeah, you have to be aware of that. And so it's actually quite difficult to short bearish consolidation, because you could be forming some kind of rising wedge or some kind of flag or something like that, or it could look bullish. And so really it's hard to short bearish consolidation unless you have an entry, and usually the entry is the best ones are the swing failures, you know. So you have a few like levels where the price could come up and find a little rejection. Those are the times where you then look at your altcoins that you're looking to short. And so right now in my mind I've got Whiff and Slurf, and then when you see Bitcoin is in a good place to short, then you short Slurf. Yeah, so that's the way to do it. Now Slurf is looking demonstrably unbelievably weak. Yeah, you see this is Slurf, it's looking ridiculously weak. So actually Slurf looks like it really wants to crash, whereas Whiff, if you look at Whiff, it's looking a little bit more bouncy. So maybe Whiff is going to be easier to short, because while on Slurf you're still shorting the lows, on Whiff you'd be shorting the pullbacks. Okay. Where is it? Let me compare them. You see this? So Slurf on the left, Whiff on the right, and they're both following Bitcoin. Pretty much doing the same thing, pretty much. Down, up, up. This went up more. Came down, and then down. So this Slurf was more bullish at the highs, but then Whiff has become, but Slurf is also more bearish at the lows. You see here on Whiff, when you're comparing them, you can see that Whiff is having a little bit of a pullback. Slurf is getting sold into. Slurf is looking extremely bearish. It can be easier potentially to short something like Whiff because you can see the pullbacks. And what you can tell, what you can tell, you can't tell unless you compare them. But if I bring now Bitcoin, did the wrong screen as well. Sorry about that. Phone calls. Let me change that to Whiff. Let's just compare these three. Why is that on the line chart? Let me just change that back to candles. All right. So these are your three charts. This is the 30-minute time frame. You can pretty much see that they're doing the same thing. So everything's following Bitcoin, and of all of them, you can see Slurf is the weakest one. But effectively, if we have a breakdown on Bitcoin, you're going to have a massive breakdown on these tokens. Massive. And if you kind of focus in on the higher time frame a little bit, you can see that while Bitcoin has the potential to move down to the next level of support, which is from here to the next level of big support, it's going to be at about 52k or so. That's a 16% move to the downside. Yeah. Something like Whiff has the potential to move down 71%. You see that? In exactly the same move, you're going to get 71%, a 70% move to the downside on Whiff, whereas you're going to get 16% on Bitcoin potentially if that happens. And then on a token like Slurf, right back to the lows, you'll get a 46% pullback. But then the thing about Slurf is that you could end up in price discovery to the downside, you know, so probably looking at it, probably whiff is probably the one to short, to be honest with you, probably. And simply because it's quite easy to see this head and shoulders pattern. Everyone is looking at that now and feeling bearish. If that plays out, then you could get really aggressive selling, and you could potentially end up filling all of this volume gap right down to the neckline there. It's very possible that that could happen with a token like WIF, this shitcoin like WIF, and that's like an 80% move to the downside. So definitely something to look for. It really would require Bitcoin breaking down. So if you're not going to get a Bitcoin breakdown, then you're not going to get that kind of reaction. But if you're going to get Bitcoin now suddenly break down, hold on a sec. All right. These are some things to note. I'll probably be looking to short with, just looking at it. I think it's got, yeah, and Slurf as well. Probably. It's not looking bullish at all. It's always good to slowly build up a short position, not to go too crazy, because you don't want to end up in a short and the price to go suddenly reverse. And you definitely have to have an invalidation. So never leave a short without an invalidation. You should never leave a trade without an invalidation. And even if you start with a wide one, that's fine. Just looking at this, where would your invalidation be? Well, right now you're not expecting the price to get back above the point of control. That's at 2, that's quite wide, 2.94. So you definitely need to have an invalidation above 2.94. And then you can build a short position. You can slowly scale into a short with and as long as you're only risking what you're willing to lose in your trade, then you're not really too worried, because if you take a trade, then you have to count that as a loss to begin with. That's how you have to, psychologically, when you take a trade, you have to count that trade as a loss. The risk has to be counted as loss. And then that way you're never worried about losing, because you've already lost it. You have to pre-lose the value that you risk in a trade mentally. Yeah, if you pre-lose it, then you're not worried about losing. But you have to have an invalidation. So if you're going to build a short now, you'll be looking to scale in or look for entries to enter short, but you're building your position with an invalidation above the point of control, which is at about 2.94. 2.94, and then take it from there and see what happens, you know, and see what happens. Right. People see green candles and they get really bullish, but right now the price is just moving according to Bitcoin. eventually what's going to happen is that anyone who's holding this token is going to dump their tokens, yeah, at market. Maybe right now people are still feeling bullish, or people haven't got a clue. They don't really know about the markets. Or they might be thinking to themselves, I'm going to hold this token for a long period of time. Trust me, once they start seeing the value of their investment go down significantly, they'll be dumping their tokens, yeah. On something like this, there's no reason why anyone who's bought at the lows, who hasn't taken a massive big profit, won't dump. Like, they're already 13x up, they will dump. It's a very different situation to some tokens like TRVL. I'm not saying TRVL isn't going to pull back or fall back. The thing about the difference between this and that token and TRVL is that on the way up, TRVL has created structure, and so therefore on the way down, you know, there are levels of support which can easily offer support. You know, like, you know, you have untapped weekly levels here, which could offer support. This is a tapped weekly level, and then when you're looking at the daily time frame, there's a lot of daily levels that are untapped, here, here. At any point when you see these red candles on the way down, they're going to offer support. The other thing that will offer support are previous ranges. So on TRVL, I've also kind of indicated historic ranges, mini ranges. Where have I got it? Okay, so every single one of these ranges has the potential to offer support. Initially, the top of the range, and then the point of control of the previous range, and then the value area low of the previous. So effectively, I mean, we're still in the top of the range. We haven't lost it yet, but we are. It looks like we want to lose that range. It does look like it. Okay, and then what happens is the price looks for lower because it's looking for liquidity. If we do get back into the range, again, you're basically just range bound until you're not. Yeah. The great thing about something like TRVL is that rather than as opposed to WIF, where the price can quickly fall down, with TRVL you're just kind of coming back into volume levels, previous ranges, and so naturally the price will probably end up ranging first rather than just selling off. Yeah. And so it's a lot more structured because you've got levels to descend. In the same way as we ascended, we had to get through previous ranges to get up. Now, as we're coming down, we've got a lot of kind of previous ranges that could offer support. It doesn't mean the price can't get to the low numbers of 3.5 cents, 4 cents, 5 cents. Doesn't mean that can't happen. And naturally, as the price descends, people are going to be panicking and going to be scared because they'll be seeing low numbers and they'll be thinking to themselves, maybe I can get it for lower. And you may, but this becomes an opportunity to accumulate really at lower prices. If we're given that chance, then it just becomes an opportunity. And eventually what will happen, I can't predict the when, eventually what will happen is the price will find support at some kind of major retracement level, combine that with some kind of volume level, maybe combine that with some kind of SR flip. What I see now is that this is probably a really good place. It's an SR flip, and it's the bottom of the next lower range, and so there's a lot of confluence at about 3.5 cents. There's a lot of confluence there for support. So you can't contemplate lower until you see how the price reacts slightly higher. Yeah. And so naturally you'll be looking to see how the price reacts. If we do get a little bit of sell-off, you'll be looking to see where the price finds support. And naturally where you see the price find support, that's going to be a good place to start picking up some of this token. Yeah, if you don't see support, it's never a good idea to catch a falling knife. Yeah, if people are aggressively selling, let the selling end. Yeah, don't catch it, because when they're selling into low liquid environment, they're pushing the price down, and naturally it just means you'll get a better price. And that's fine. That's what we want. We want people to get better prices so that they can accumulate more TRVL and soak up all of the selling. The other, if someone is looking to accumulate a large amount, it's always going to be better to set limit orders along the way, yeah, and to ladder in. And eventually you'll just sweep the lows. You'll just, if you put every X%, you put an order, eventually you don't even have to think about it. Eventually what will happen, this will just play out and you'll sweep the lows. And they will, if we are now looking at a multi-week range forming lower down, then this might be quite a great opportunity to start your grid bots as well. Yeah, it's one thing not starting your grid bot if the price is looking to expand and go into outer space. But when you're looking at range bound behavior, it can be quite profitable, very profitable to set grid bots. Yeah, and it's quite easy to see the ranges because you can do volume pools. And so naturally we're at the bottom of range now. If we do get into the lower range, you could easily put a grid bot from here, from about 6 cents all the way down to the point of control, somewhere like that, that whole range. You can do a really nice grid bot there for a couple of months, buying and selling. Yeah, very easily, very easy to do that. And that will take a lot of stress out of the waiting for the next 2 months, because you're not then thinking to yourself, I want it to go to the moon. You'll be thinking to yourself, I want this range to continue as long as possible, because my bot is literally making me a shitload of money. Yeah, and so with a token like TRVL, I think honestly, I've got a few bots running. Most of them are experimental, but now that we're potentially falling into lower prices, I'll be looking to aggressively bot these ranges and see how long that lasts. And it's quite easy to see the ranges, and so that will be a really easy strategy for a lot of people to grind value until eventually, and it'll be easy to see strength, because when after you see weakness, let's just say hypothetically weakness is going to lower, strength would just be getting back above previous levels. Yeah, and so there are still a lot of important levels that we haven't crossed, like 5.5, between 5.5 and 5 cents is an important level. And until we get to lower prices, it's hard to predict what's going to happen. Hold on a second. I'm going to take a 5-minute break, and then I'm going to come and look at Saga coin and any other coins. Yeah, and we'll just have a conversation. We'll just have a little bit of a chat. If anyone wants me to have a look at coins, I'm happy to do that. But just be safe, guys. Don't be overexposed to crypto right now. It's not looking strong right now. Don't think that this is strength. It's not. I just made myself a tea. How's it going? Yes, so just be a bit careful with your crypto, because Bitcoin is looking very weak right now, and just be very careful. All right. Right, what do you want me to, does anyone, if you want me to have a look at something, I'll have a look at it now. Just post it in. Saga coin. I think they're all pretty much going to be the same right now. Pretty much. Yeah, look, everything is looking weak right now. There's no point really thinking about it. I can't see any buy opportunities right now. Not while Bitcoin is showing weakness. Okay. So just be aware of that. Okay. So right now, as long as Bitcoin is showing weakness, you have to be very careful with your coins, with your altcoins. Bitcoin is going to form some kind of pattern here. It may go up, fake everyone out before it goes down. Yeah. So Bitcoin doesn't necessarily have to go down. It never does that. It kind of goes in waves. So you just have to be a bit careful. Like, people don't get bullish unless you see a sign of strength. And so right now I'm not seeing crazy strength in the price action. Yeah. I'm not seeing any bullish divergences, and quite the contrary, I'm seeing bearish divergences. You see there's bearish divergences on the price action. Higher highs on the CVD, lower highs on the price, which is bearish. So that just tells you that people are actually they're starting to sell Bitcoin on spot or with limit orders. So you have to be very careful with that. It's good to look for short entries now on altcoins, especially the ones that have pumped significantly. All right. I'm still here. I'm just wondering what I should do. I really want to just now this is quite interesting because ETH is showing some strength now that Bitcoin is showing weakness. Look at that. All right, let's just go back to Bitcoin because no one's really chatting, so I'll just chat to myself. Yeah, so on Bitcoin, the signs of strength that we're looking for is it will be pretty easy to see. Okay, it won't be difficult to see signs of strength. If you I've got this overall volume range pool which I've updated, and so see right now we're underneath the value area low. And we just need to get back in, basically. So you see the value area low there. This is on trading view. Actually, it's interesting because on XO charts, the value area low is slightly lower. But I think what I want to see, I want to see the price get back in. Yeah. I think that's the first sign of strength that I'll be looking for the price to get back in. Once you're in, the next sign of strength you'll be looking for is to take out that high on the 4-hour time frame. Yeah, because you could easily get back in and go right back down. Okay, and so while that's the first sign of strength, you might get some people start longing there. The reality is that we've changed market structure on this 4-hour time frame to bearish. We've confirmed the change. That was the higher low. This was the higher high. This is the higher low. This is the higher high. We took out that low with this low here. That was the lower low. So we went from a higher high to a lower low. We took it out. Doesn't really matter. We took that one out as well. And then we put in a lower high here. And the confirmation was to come right back underneath the first low that we put in. So you've gone from higher high, higher low, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, to lower low, lower high, and this has now become our lower low. This is the confirmation of a bearish market structure change. The problem is that we've literally gone from bearish to bullish immediately to bearish in a very short space of time. Okay, it's shit, what's that? I don't know what I've done. You kind of don't want to see, we never really wanted to see that. What needed to happen yesterday, after we put in this lower low, we were forming some kind of nice bullish reversal pattern here. It was looking really strong. And then what happened was, rather than the price find strength, it actually was sold into. Yeah, so it was a really decisive moment yesterday, sometime in the afternoon in the New York session. Effectively, they were sold instead of bought. They basically decided the fate of the market yesterday afternoon. That changes everything, because what needed to happen was, from here, the price needed to go up. It wasn't a big distance. It was only from about 64,000 to 65.5. Price only needs to go at $1,500. Really, it needed to go up there, to be honest with you. Not there. My bad. Lower low. Yeah, so that was the local time frame change, but that would have helped. That wasn't the lower low until we put in, sorry, that wasn't the lower high until we put in this lower low. So your lower high was still somewhere here, somewhere there. So my mistake. But we needed to go up. Yeah, so effectively we needed to go up, and instead what happened, it was sold into, this was kind of the area where you had your final defense yesterday here, and the price could have easily just come right back up and you're still fine. Yeah, you're still kind of just, the pivot's in, the price is just, the bears are failing, there's bullish CVD, there's absorption, the price is failing to go down, and what you really need to do is squeeze the shorts and put in a new high there. That's what needed to happen. But instead what happened was you got a rejection. Okay, so as the price came up, it was immediately sold into, and then you had this lower low put in here. And so right now we're in bearish market structure. Okay, and to find strength, we just need to find strength now before we can feel a little bit kind of like things are sorting themselves out. Getting above into the value area low is really important, and then you can also kind of draw some kind of repair trend line, which also needs to be somehow broken. So if you kind of zoom in a little bit to a lower time frame, yeah, you can see that there's some kind of outer trend line. Yeah, this is the first kind of repair trend line that needs to be broken. Until you see a break of that trend line, until you see the price getting above into the value area, even if the price kind of rallies, you'll probably get that sold in, that'll probably be sold into. Yeah, that will actually be a really good place to short, because it'll be a back test of the value area and it'll be into a trend line. And also anyone who's kind of longing now will probably take their profit, and anyone who's trapped will probably sell into that rise. So like I said, I don't think it's a good idea to short the lows, but you can speculatively start building a short, you know, if you want, but it'd be better to do that on some kind of altcoin. If you see strength, then everything changes again. Like this is the welcome to crypto, you know. And the money isn't really made at the edges, it's made in the middle. The meat is in the middle. So it doesn't really matter if you catch the bottom if you're long. All that matters is that you see strength, you find support, you're in the middle, but at least then you'll get most of the move, which is the middle. Yeah, if that's what we're looking for, that's what we want. It's the same with shorting, you know, like you could have shorted the edges and the top of the range, whatever. It's not really necessary, because if the price is going down, there's a lot of black space, you know. It doesn't really matter if you've shorted the top here or here or here or on the pullback here. It doesn't really matter if the price ends up at 40,000, you know. It doesn't really matter where you've shorted. So what's more important is timing a short before a drop, rather than, I mean, people might feel good about themselves being in a short from 72 or 73 and still in it, but they've had to endure quite a few weeks of like nail biting stress. Right now everything's looking weak. You could short and you can still catch most of the move, you know. That's basically, it's I'm not stressed about not missing the top, the highs, the peaks, you know. I'm not stressed about that, but I'm not looking to long until I see strength. I'm looking, and when you see weakness, you look to short. You're looking to short. Now, why is the price moving up? Because often the price looks bullish when you're having bearish consolidation, and effectively what happens is people are waiting for the pullback to short. But I'm not looking to long. The longs here are just basically scalps. So if people are longing, they'll just scalp. What you're looking to do actually is you're looking for the price to come into resistance, find resistance, and then you're looking to short that when the price is coming into resistance, and that would be perfectly acceptable. At least then you have a small invalidation, because if you do suddenly see strength, let's just say the price comes up and people are shorting and it suddenly does that, yeah, well, you're not expecting that. That's pretty strong for the price to do that. You wouldn't really expect the price to do that. And again, now you're back in the range. Now you're back above the value area low. You could argue, well, that was a really great long opportunity, and it was. But most people who are longing here are going to take most of their profit at the value area low. So even though people are longing at the lows here, they're not really going to be holding on to their longs, because they'll be taking most of their profit out at the first point of resistance. So it doesn't really matter. Usually if people are longing at the lows and they take the profit at the value area low, they'll be looking to compound their profits with a back test. So it doesn't, in a scale of things, it doesn't matter. But even still, you know, you could also get a fake out too. So you have to bear that in mind, especially if the market sentiment has suddenly become bearish. So I think for safety, we need to get back into this value area low. For safety, and we have to see how the price reacts off these highs. You know, if you get a swing failure, it could go right back down. We have to see. Like, usually bearish consolidation looks quite bullish. It's a bit of a trap actually, because people are like bearish and they short, and the price is going up, it's going up, and they think, oh my god, it's going back up, I should long, and then the price crashes. And so you just don't get yourself, the first thing to do is don't short too early. Don't get like that. Just wait for the price to find resistance, wait for the price to reverse, and then you could at least have an invalidation. Right now there's no invalidation to short. Yeah, if you want an invalidation right now to short, it has to be up there, basically back above market structure, and that would require strength to stop you out. It would require a lot of strength to stop people out for the price to get back up there. And so you'd have to first get back into the value area low. So just be aware of that. Yeah, I think it's hard. You're looking to long strength, you're not looking to long weakness. So just wait for strength, and then you're looking to short weakness, but you're not going to short the pico bottom. You're looking to short the pullbacks as the price comes into resistance, areas of resistance. And so in this overall mini range, you've got the volume resistance levels. You've got this value area low, which is on this mini range. It's a bit of a high volume node here. It's a bit of resistance there. You know, you could just easily do fib pulls from each of these pivots to see, you know, see where the next resistance level is. The first one is actually going to be, on a local time frame. This is just local. It's going to be here at this peak, this pivot here, which is also a little bit of a local SR flip. Let's see if the price resists. Okay, again, if people short here, they can get stopped out because this is quite a low time frame. It's just a 5-minute time frame. And what could actually happen is you could end up with a little bit of a flag, some kind of flag, which looks bullish, punishes all the late shorts, but actually at the end it just does that. You know, at the end all it does is that. So you just have to be aware of these kind of bearish patterns which actually look bullish but are bearish. And so what you really want to see is strength. How do you know people are bearish? That's the question. Well, when I'm looking at the order flow now, yeah, I'm starting to see signs of bearishness. Actually, this bearish divergence that was forming earlier this morning has just been invalidated, I think, because we've got a higher high on the CVD and a higher high on the price. Yeah, but look, do you see this move up? That was shorts closing. You're not getting longs enter to push the price up. Yeah, whereas that's what you want to see for healthy price action. You want to see longs enter. So right now you're not getting that, and whereas before we were getting massive bullish absorption, and right now we're not getting that. So you could have seen that before, like here I'm not seeing bullish absorption, whereas on this previous range here, up here, I was seeing bullish absorption. We were getting lower CVD, higher highs. That's bullish absorption. That's what you want to see. That's when you know people are bullish. So like you just got to be careful, because it often looks bullish when you have bearish consolidation. And like, it doesn't matter whether it's like, I don't really care about bullish or bearish right now. All I care about is seeing strength. Yeah, for me to get bullish, I need to see strength. Losing the value area low is weakness. It just is. It's just a fact. When you lose the value area low, it's just a sign of weakness. If people were interested in buying Bitcoin, you'd never lose the value area low. Yeah, you would keep you it's just not possible, because you'd have so much demand. It's about supply and demand. If there was enough demand, you wouldn't lose it. You wouldn't lose that level. Yeah, and so that's how you know, like, when you're looking at the overall range, yeah, when you're bullish, the price is always at the highs. Yeah, it suddenly becomes bearish, you know, because the price struggles to get back into the highs. It's back at the lows. Yeah, so after you've come back to the low, that's normal. What we experienced was not unusual, to come back to the low, test the low, and make another rotation to the high. That's very normal behavior for the price to just range and to come to the lows, clear the liquidity, liquidate a whole bunch of people, and then try and start making its way back up to the highs, and you just have a prolonged range at the highs. That's fine. Yeah, but you don't lose once you're in the value area. After you've lost it, we were like extremely bearish for the last couple of weeks. Finally, we had this kind of relief. We're back in, and on the first test, we come back and we've lost the value area low. Yeah, so in this bear price action here, where we had that first kind of rejection and then it came back in, we never lost the value area low. See that? We held it. Whereas here we've lost it. So naturally, once we get back in, again, things change again. But we're at a really important level where you can see change. Yeah, and you don't need to be bullish until you see that change. It's very short distance. Over the next 2, 3, 4 days, we'll see. If we see the price suddenly do this and do that and find support, we're basically at the same price. You can go back to bullish again. Nothing really changes. It just means for a short period of time, There was no need to FOMO, where there was a lot of uncertainty with the price. Yeah, you just wait for certainty and then buy it. Doesn't matter if you buy higher, at least you're buying a little bit of bullish price action, which is the reclaim of a level, of a really important level, which is the value area low. Okay, and that's all I'm saying. I'm saying it's always better to wait for strength, but when you do see weakness, you can short weakness. Just like when you see strength, you can short strength. When you see weakness, you can short weakness. Yeah, when you see strength, you can long strength. When you see weakness, you can short weakness. And so right now we're seeing weakness. Weakness is losing the value area low. Weakness would be to change market structure into bearish. So naturally, as we start getting pullbacks, as we start seeing resistance, you can short. Now, I don't think it's a good idea to short. You short anything really. You can totally short Bitcoin if you want, but I'm looking to short either Slurf or Whiff. Those are the two ones that I'm interested in, just because I know that when they dump, they're going to really dump. Yeah, so you see Slurf, I told you it wasn't a good place to short, and it isn't, because you're shorting the Pico bottom of this, and naturally as Bitcoin tries to find higher prices, the coin, all these coins are going to move with Bitcoin. But all this is an opportunity to short. That's all it really is. Now it's no longer nothing. This is no longer an opportunity, a buying opportunity. It's a shorting opportunity. What you need to see on these altcoins is some kind of now bottoming pattern. We had it before. We had some kind of pattern before. We had like some kind of head and shoulders inverse, or some kind of, you know, rising higher lows, you know, maybe a flat top triangle. We had some kind of pattern forming which suggested that a low was being made, and you had your breakout, you had your neckline test and failure. Basically that's what's happened. You've got a bullish idea that's been failed. You've put in a lower low. You're not making higher lows anymore. You're making lower lows, and so naturally you'll be looking for lower highs. The minute you start putting in lower lows, you're looking for lower highs, and that will continue until that changes. Yeah, because it's only just begun. It's a good place to enter, and then you have really easy invalidations, because to see strength now, let's say on this token, the Slurf, you know, I'm not expecting the price to come back above that low, that previous low. I'm not expecting the price to come back above this this trend line. I'm not expecting the price to come back above the point of control, the overall range point of control. This is on Bybit. And so if I just quickly draw it, I'm not expecting the price to come back above the point of control. Of course I'm going to short that. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good place to short. You have really tight invalidation. Let the price find resistance. Back into the 382 point of control trend line. Let the price show you that it's weak. See some kind of lower time frame bearish candles, reversals. You can short that. Why wouldn't you short that? Of course you would. You'd have a really small invalidation. It's worth a try, no? You can only be right or wrong, but at least here, this is the correct place to be wrong. Yeah, that's the point. It's a good place to be wrong, where the price is a high probability chance to be right, higher probability here, where the price is, if anyone is long, they'll be looking to take profit. If anyone was trapped, they'll be looking to sell. And if anyone's looking to short, they'll be looking to short. So you're going to get three types of sell pressure if and when the price is able to get back up there. Again, it looks bullish, but that'll be the right place. Okay. And then I think it's important to correlate these ideas with Bitcoin, not to be blindly short. what you also have to do is you have to be looking at Bitcoin and seeing where Bitcoin finds resistance to. So obviously right now, again, it doesn't look weak, but when the price is looking bearish, you sell green candles. Basically, that's what you do. You're looking to sell green candles. It doesn't look that weak, but look, you're potentially making lower highs. That could be very weak. If the next hour you get a red candle, it could be very weak. Yeah. Now, it's the easiest entries when you're looking to short are swing failures, or just let the price find resistance. So I don't know. I think it'd be nice to see the price come back up there potentially, or even test the value area low. But that's why it's always good to build a short position with a definite invalidation. You can start scaling in or laddering in, and at least then you can scale into that, and at least you have an invalidation. Just don't over risk when you're doing stuff like this. Yeah, don't go crazy. Avalanche realistic price prediction to the downside or to the upside? Bitcoin Cash, BTC short hodl, book or hold? Look, I think the bull market strategy is to accumulate. But if people don't have the capital to accumulate, then that's a problem. You're going to have to take profit, and then you're going to have to wait for good places to buy. This is a good place to buy, but right now it's becoming the wrong time to buy. Yeah. So it was a good place to buy when we were coming down here, and a good time to buy. To go up here and come right back down, it's a good place to buy, but it's becoming the wrong time. The timing has something to do with it, and actually this was the best place and the best time. Yeah. So it isn't just about good places, it's also about good timing, and you just have to bear that in mind. It's not, you can't just blindly buy a place just because it's a good place. If it's starting to become it's spending too much time at the lows and the price is showing weakness, you just got to be mindful of the time as well. I think everything is looking quite bearish, and I think the problem is that we've changed market structure, and you have to be aware of that. And so the only way, like, what I really want to see now is I want to see this high taken. And then I would buy the pullback. Honestly, that's what I'd be really looking to do. I'm not really interested in buying Bitcoin now. I don't mind buying higher at 65,380 and buying the pullback. Yeah, like we look right now, we're at 63,000. Why wait? Why rush? Why rush to buy Bitcoin when you can buy it $2,500 more expensive after you seeing a massive sign of strength, which is to take out that high and come back into the range? You can buy the pullback. Yeah. So for a few $1,000s, for $2,500 to $3,000 from our current price, you can be patient. You can wait for that. Yeah. That's kind of what you want to see to start buying again, because at least then you're after a sign of strength, which is making a higher high here. You can buy the pullback into the golden pocket, into the value area low, and at least then you have really good long opportunity. Again, it's not just about place, it's also about the time after you see certain things happen. If this was to happen, this would be a really amazing long. Yeah, that's the long you're looking for, really, isn't it? This is what you want to see. Take out that high, pull back into the golden pocket, value area low for a long. Easy invalidation. That's a really great trade. Yeah. After a sign of strength, you're going for the higher low, into the value area low, into the golden pocket. That's really what you're looking for. Yeah. So unless that happens, I'm not really interested in Bitcoin, in longing or buying Bitcoin anymore. Like I'll be monitoring it carefully to see signs of strength. I'm not going to FOMO in. I'll be waiting for that high to be taken out. Then I'll be looking for the pullback, and I'll be looking for the price to find some kind of support. Okay. It may not come that far, depending on how bullish because the thing is, the price, people get really bullish when you start making high highs again. So you may actually just come back into the point of control to go up. Yeah. So potentially you could scale into that, but really this is the trade all the way back into the golden pocket value area. This is the trades with the best ROI in terms of risk versus reward, right? So that's kind of what you're looking for a long. If you don't see that, you're not longing. So I'm not longing here because that's what I'm looking for. And actually what I'm more interested in the price coming back into this kind of this trend line here, value area low, finding resistance. I'll be more interested in this, honestly. I think it's hard because it's at the lows. But the great thing about this is you have a really tight invalidation. You don't really have a big invalidation. So you have quite a high risk to reward potential on this trade. Yeah, that's the great thing about these kinds of entries. A back test to the value area low. With a trend line, after really bearish price action, you have a really you have a good opportunity for a short there. Okay, so and you may not get this because right now I can clearly see that the price action is looking quite limp. It's looking quite limp. It's not looking very strong at all. You can look at exo charts to get your confirmation. Some shorts are entering here. Look, a big short just entered right now. 896k. Someone just shorted. Yeah, see that? That's a short too here. After some shorts closed, someone just shorted. Yeah. So that's how you know that the price is starting to look weak, because people are starting to short the market. Okay. They're shorting Bitcoin, and I'm going to short with. Why not? Just why not? It's just for fun, really. I'm not going to go crazy. I'm going to short it really slowly and try and build a short position, and see how far this can go down. Bitcoin I think the problem is Serkan, that a lot of altcoins are going to be showing massive amounts of weakness right now. Yeah, so I don't know if there's any, like, what are you looking for when you want me to look at Bitcoin Cash? Like, don't just ask me to look at it. Tell me what you're looking for. Are you looking for the dip, buy the dip entry, or are you looking for, like, tell me what you want me to tell you? Yeah, because I don't want to, I'm not going to like, look, what do you want me to tell you? Is it looking strong? No, it's not looking strong. It's the same. It's following the same as the whole market right now. It's looking weak because the whole market right now is looking weak. Okay. There's a little bit of a support level here, but I honestly think that we'll probably head to the low here, probably head to here. Doesn't look, nothing looks strong right now. The best so yeah, so the best place to, we basically look, hold on. This is the overall range value area from back to 19 on Binance, probably where there's most volume. You can see that we've come up all the way to the value area high. We've had a rejection from the value area high. We're back into the value area. Yeah, we've had a perfect SR flip here off the value area. The price is rejected, and usually when you get this kind of behavior, usually no one can predict the future, but usually the price will find its way back to the point of control. Usually that's what happens when you can't get out of the value area. You come back into the value area, the price is coming back to the point of control. So in most cases, the point of control is like a magnet which attracts the price. And so when you have this multi-year horizontal range, that's what this is at the moment. Yeah, and you can't get out of the value area, the price is going to come back for liquidity, and you're probably, the destination at the moment is the point of control. That's the destination. So we're on a journey from where we are at the top of the range back into lower prices to pick up more liquidity to continue going. Effectively, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to find support, find liquidity, find areas of demand where people are looking to reaccumulate, and then the price can go up again. And that will, all of that, the ideas that I'm describing is all going to coincide with Bitcoin correcting. Yeah, so there are lots of good places to buy this token, but you know, it's always good if you can find some kind of alignment between levels. Higher time frame fib corresponding with higher time frame volume levels are easily the best areas of interest, easily. Yeah, so you can do it one of two ways. You can either do a fib retracement from the lows here to the pivot that's put in and look at the fib levels, and you can see that the 50% mark is coming nicely on the point of control, so that would offer, there's obviously going to be quite strong support there. The other way you could have done it was from the bull market high to the bear market low and look for the reverse. You can actually see that we had a clean rejection of the golden pocket, which corresponded with the value area high. That was the perfect place to sell, not the good place to buy, a very good place to sell. Yeah, so if I had looked at this and if I was in a trade, that's exactly where I would have been selling, not buying. and naturally you'll be looking for a correction to start accumulating. Probably the best thing to do would be to ladder in at these higher time frame fib levels. Like there's one here and there's one lower down, and the best one, like the golden opportunity, will be the point of control. If the price does come back to the point of control, you'll buy this. Of course you would. That's your opportunity. Look where all the volume is at the point of control. That's roughly about $236. And then again, it's the same idea. Find support, you'll be looking to go right back up to the top of the range. There'll be another opportunity to sell. Yeah, that's what you're effectively doing in this multi-year range. You're just range bound and you're looking to buy and sell at the highs and at the lows. So effectively that's Bitcoin Cash. AVAX, let me just quickly look at AVAX if you're still here. Probably not. Actually, I have it in my list, so let me just find it. Short of not finding it, I have to re-add it. That's fine. But it should be here. It's not. Again, we're seeing massive weakness. Lost the point of control. AVAX is coming to really, it's tested it once, twice already. The problem with these SR flips, more than once, twice, 3 times. The problem with these SR flips is that the more you test them, the weaker they become, because each time you're taking liquidity from these levels. And here you can see you've tested it once, twice, 3 times, maybe even 4 potentially. Eventually it will give up. And then basically you'll be looking for lower. And with AVAX, you're probably if you lose that SR flip, you'll probably be looking to go all the way back down to the point of control here. It just means that this correction is much deeper. Yeah, much deeper. And potentially this 5, that was the 0. Who knows? Like, Elliot waves are very subjective. Maybe that was the correct wave count. 1, 2, 3, A, B, C, 4, 5. Maybe that was the 5. This is the 0. Maybe we're going to have like an ABC like this, you know, a bit of a zigzag all the way down to the point of control. That would be perfectly acceptable to try and find an area of support if we do pull back. Really good opportunity to buy this token at the point of control. I'll definitely be looking to buy this at the point of control. Yeah, 100%. That's like literally a gift. If you were to pick this up at the point of control on this wave 1 pullback all the way down to the golden pocket at about $17, that's a really amazing opportunity after you've completed your wave 1 to complete a wave 2 all the way at the golden pocket. I think that would be a really good buy, and I'll definitely be waiting for that. And so I'm really interested in this. I'm going to set some alerts as well for myself. I'm kind of front run the alert a little bit in this little pivot. Look to my spot at POC and GP. So it's good to have alert, because once the price, then you have to look at the charts ever again. And then if that happens, if you do get those nice, good, juicy, lower prices, you can start scaling into spot at the right place with a correction. So actually this, I don't see why we don't lose that SR flip, to be honest with you. We've tested it so many times now. We're making lower highs. Yeah. We've lost that point of control of the upper range. You lose that value area low, we're going down. Yeah. So AVAX isn't looking great. Sorry. Reward quant. Volume coming in 15 minutes. Candle BTC short-term bullish. This is the thing, like I said at the beginning, that bearish corrections often look quite bullish. Yeah. So try not to get too distracted with bullish candles in bearish consolidation ranges. Yeah. If this forms a flag, it's going to look really bullish, because it will be like this. Excuse me. You'll be making higher highs locally, higher lows. People will be feeling quite bullish until it eventually drops. Yeah. So if we are creating some kind of bearish consolidation, it's going to look quite bullish. I'm not looking for a bullish consolidation pattern at the lows. Excuse me, right now. What I'll be looking for is a sign of strength. Yeah. So sign of strength has to be a major level flipped into support. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. It's a very major level quite above us. It's the value area low of the overall range. Flip that into support. I'll be happy to long Bitcoin. If we take out that high, I'll be even happier. Yeah. I don't need to catch the lows. That's the thing. You don't need to catch the absolute low. You can wait for the market structure to the price to tell you that, okay, we're strong again. Like that was just a fake out or some kind of scare or like whatever it was, whatever. I don't care. What I need to see is I need to see strength. So I'm not really too bothered about minor fluctuations on the 15-minute time frame. I'm more interested in medium to higher time frame moves. That's where you get most of your price increase. Okay, so right now I'm not seeing bullishness, okay, at all. I'm just seeing a little bit of kind of consolidation, right? And when you're looking at the daily time frame, if I'm kind of just going to delete all that again, I like drawing and deleting stuff. Looking at just the daily candles, right? Honestly, for me, that green candle was a line in the sand. Yeah. To follow that green candle with this candle, that's bearish. That's not bullish, that's bearish. Yeah. That green candle doji needed to be followed by a green candle. It's just that's what you want to see. You don't want to see red after green. You want to see green after. Look at this green candle. Similar situation. Okay. Look at this green doji. What followed that green doji? A green candle. What followed this green candle? Where's the green candle? Yeah. Doesn't even have to be a crazy big green candle. It could have been a small green candle. I just wanted to see another green candle. This doji, this green doji, what followed it? A green candle. What followed this green doji? A green candle, right? So in these kinds of areas of interest where you're looking for a reversal, when you put in a doji like that, taking liquidity from the lows, you need a green candle. You need to follow it up with a green candle. And ideally, you want to follow it up with a green candle that kind of, at the very least, is in the wick of the top. You don't, you maybe above the previous day high. You want to see a bit of strength to continue that move. Yeah. So when you're looking at these green dojis on these pullbacks, unless like this is what you want to see. This is the same situation, isn't it? You got a green doji. You don't want to see a red doji, a red candle after that green doji. You want to see another green candle. Yeah. And then you want to see another green, you want to see continuation in the way the price moves. Look, this is another green doji. Look at that. What follows it? A green candle. Okay. Now I would be okay with this price action because at least then you can take profit and you end up with risk-free trades after you've entered the green doji looking for continuation. This is a green doji with a red candle afterwards, yeah? So you have your green doji, you're followed by a red candle. These two green candles were not bullish. It led to further decline. You see that? So sometimes it can look bullish, but it's not really. It's not really. What you really need to see now, what we need to see now, okay, is a sign of strength in the price action. That's going to give us an indication that this is now that the selling is exhausted, and until you see that, it's going to be quite trappy. It's going to be quite trappy for the bulls if they start buying at the lows here. Yeah, it might. I mean, people say buy the dip, but that's not correct. You buy the dip when the time is right. If the time is wrong, don't buy the dip. Wait for the right time as well. You don't blindly buy the dip. If the price is starting to form a bearish downtrend, yeah, you stop by. You got to stop buying the dip when that starts to happen. Yeah. So if we're starting to now form a bearish downtrend, you absolutely need to stop buying the dip. You need to wait for lower prices, and then you need to wait for sign of strength. And then if you are looking to buy the dip, then look for, if we do suddenly get a drop, sure, you can take a stab out of that. You can buy a little bit and scale in, yeah, on your favorite altcoin if you want. If you see it's coming back to a support level, just be very careful, because we've lost this value area low. We need to reclaim it. You don't reclaim it, you're going down. Yeah. If we reclaim it, then everything changes again. No problems. You know, there's no problems with chain. I'm very happy to go back to bullish. I'd be more than happy to go back to bullish. I prefer bullish because we can go up, squeeze the shorts, and head to higher prices. I prefer bullish. Yeah, I'd love to punish these shorts, but individually, I'm not going to do it. I would love for the market now to fake out the lows, find some strength, and then go up. I would love that. I would love for this price now to do this, come back here and go right up there. I would take that long every single day of the week if I saw that. I would long that. I would highly leverage long a reclaim of the value area low right now. If we were to get that opportunity, I would definitely change my bias almost immediately if I started seeing signs of strength, and I wouldn't be worried about getting stopped out, because if it went from strength back to weakness, I would short again, you know, like, so we're at a really important level where when you're underneath it, you're going to have to be bearish now, and when you're above it, you're going to have to be bullish. Yeah, it's at that kind of area where if it's above it, it could go up, and if it's below it, it could go down. Okay, the value area low of the overall range, of this overall higher range. What's good? The good thing about where we are now, obviously, it's better. People will say to you, never short the lows, only short the highs. Obviously, it's better to short the highs. But if this is about to break down, to lower prices, why would you not short the lows if you're given that opportunity? Yeah, of course you would. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. You would, of course, you'd short if you started seeing a breakdown and starting to see continued weakness. Of course you would. Yeah, it makes no sense to not short if you suddenly see a breakdown in the price action and the price. It's like people saying, I remember in the last bull market, yeah, I heard so many people say you should never short Bitcoin. Never short Bitcoin. I'm never shorting Bitcoin. Bitcoin is going to 1 million, yeah? But even if the price dropped from 57,000 or whatever down to 50,000, 49,000, yeah, Bitcoin gave people 2 days of green candles, 2 days of shorting opportunities before the price dropped another 39%. Yeah. So even if you miss the highs, even if you miss the local high, even if you miss the point of control, even if you missed any of all of that shorting opportunity, you lose the value area low, you short. Of course you short. You have to. Because if you don't short and we get some kind of crazy breakdown, look what happens. You're in trouble. You know, you have to at least hedge. Yeah. Otherwise, you're going to lose all your value. You're going to be in trouble. You have to at least short a little bit. So even if you short and your portfolio goes down, you've made a little bit of money on the way down. Yeah. So it's hard to do, but even if you're risking a little bit, at least short to protect yourself. You know, like none of this is financial advice, but don't just think that we're going to the moon if suddenly we start seeing weakness in the price action. It's just not, you know, it's just not happening. We had 2 green days before we had a drop, and the drop actually happened at the weekend. It would have been easy to see strength after this drop, because you had the value area low. All you really needed to do was wait for the price to get back in, and then this whole price action would have been slightly different. It could have gone up then. At least then people would have been looking to buy on support. But there was 2 golden days to short, 2 opportunities to short in that period. And in that short period that I'm describing, for all intents purposes, the price action looked really bullish. For, you know, in this little period of price action, it didn't look too bearish. And the low, look, you got high volume green doji. That's kind of what you want to see. At the lows, you're thinking to yourself, oh, this is pretty good. Look, you got a buying tail, green doji, increased in volume. For the next 36 hours, the price was ascending in some kind of upwards channel. When it finally took the liquidity from the initial 12-hour period, formed a reversal candle in the highs of the local range, and then started selling off rapidly. Yeah, you see that? And it took a good part of how many days until you finally had your final capitulation candle. Yeah, this is your capitulation. This is the big liquidation event. So we could potentially here now leading to a liquidation event. I'm just saying that if history wants to repeat itself, if we can't get back into the value area low and we start descending, we can't find support and we can't reverse the price action, you have to be aware that we could be leading to a capitulation event, a massive liquidation event. I don't expect us to bounce back with a V shape in that kind of scenario leading into the summer, because if you look at this was also leading into, this was May, but it was leading into the summer, and we had a period of multiple weeks of range bound behavior. Okay, and I'm just making you aware that it's easy to, right now we're at a position where it's easy to see strength return back to the market. Yeah, we just have to get back into the value area. That's all we have to do right now. This is the previous bull market. This is the highs. You see how the price failed to get back into the value area on a slightly higher time frame. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for the price to just get back in, right? If the price can get back in, you can just buy, we can buy back at the lows of this range and trade it right back up to the value area high, or at the very least the current range that you're at, you'll be looking to buy it back up to the point of control. Okay, if we get that opportunity, fine. Okay, we just have to wait for strength, and strength right now would be to get back into the value area. Okay, so I'm not saying short the lows here, I'm just saying wait for the price to find resistance, and then if you get a good, if you see that the price is finding resistance and you get some kind of 5-minute reversal patterns forming, you could start looking for short opportunities, and that would be to protect yourself in case what we're seeing now leads to a much bigger drop in the future. Yeah, it's just protection, really. Personally, I'll be looking to short one of these shit coins, one of these bullshit coins like With. Everyone is bullish on With. I'll be looking to short that, or Slurf. I'm looking at Slurf and With at the moment. I think With would probably be better, just simply because it's already up so much, and I'm sure that if we have a breakdown, then Bitcoin With will probably go all the way back down to somewhere close to zero. Yeah, I'll be looking to short With probably. Slurf is a good one, just because there's a lot of volume, there's quite a lot of liquidity, so it'll be a good but I think that has to be done in correlation with Bitcoin. So, you know, let's have a look, let's just see what happens. Today we're still kind of, it looks like we're still finding support of lower levels. Yeah, but let's just see how this continues. That right now we're closing lower, the highs are lower. Yeah, you see, we've only just begun. When you look at the highs, they're getting lower now. They see lower highs. Let's just see, because if this trend starts to continue, where you start getting lower highs, you could just continue all the way down, lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, all the way down. Yeah, so just be aware of that. If this is the beginning of the end of trend change, this was the top, now we're getting the trend change. Just got to be aware of that. It's quite weird. I've got this pi cycle top, it still hasn't flagged, so I don't think this is the cycle top at all. Yeah, I don't think this is the cycle top. It could just be a corrective wave down to wherever, right? And there's no way to know if we're going to break down or not, because we still haven't tested taking the liquidity from this low. Yeah, that's the range low. As far as I'm concerned, that's the range low, even though the value area represents the volume area, which is also where you normally take the volume, where you can see the range. But actually the range is from the top to the bottom wick here. That's the range, that's the price range. We haven't actually taken the liquidity from the range low, so that will be basically the first area of interest to see what happens. So let's see what the reaction is like there first. If you get a massive liquidation event here, that's what I'm looking for, a massive liquidation event right here. And if the price just bounces back after a liquidation event, you could be heading back up again. It's very possible for that to happen. Yeah, there's no reason to think the price is just going to go down. If you get a reaction, a big reaction from the lows, a big liquidation, and the price can't get lower, you get like big, massive, again, you get massive absorption at these levels, then we could just be range locked still in this whole upper range. Yeah, now maybe for a short period of time you know, it is possible. This is possible. Yeah. So just want to kind of make you aware of possibilities. If we do go to test that low, looking at the price action now, it does look like the price wants to go down to test those lows. If you get a liquidation and then a rejection, like a swing failure or something, then you could kind of be range bound here for a little bit to see what happens. You know, it's not bullish, but that's what could happen before the price figures out what it wants to do. No one really knows. Yeah. The other thing you could get is quite easily, you could get a drop somewhere, some kind of ranging here, not in a circle. Something ranging here just to go right back up. You could also get that too. It's very possible to get that kind of behavior too. Yeah. And the reason you would get that, and this is what people have to understand, is because we are in a bull market and people who are in shorts will be looking to take profit. Yeah. And when you do, if we do take out that low, people will take profit. You know, shorts will take profit. Okay. And if we do go further down to this kind of little area here, shorts will take profit. They're going to take profit. You've also got the same effect. You've got people still buying in the bull market post halving. You've got people buying. You get and you've got highly leveraged longs who are looking to add to their positions because their invalidation is really low. Their invalidation is below 20,000 or 15,000. So naturally, those people will be looking to add to their leverage positions on a low leverage cross margin platform. So there's no reason to think we're going to have a breakdown until we test these levels. But just bear in mind that losing the value area low is not a sign of strength. We're just experiencing a little bit of a sign of weakness by that happening. And unless we can reclaim that level and get back into this previous range, this little mini range that we've lost, then I think things are going to be bearish. Yeah, it'll be quite easy to see strength return to this market. I think it's quite unlikely for it to happen over the weekend. This weekend, I think it's more likely that this weekend the price goes nowhere. But I don't know, actually. You know, we could get a sell. Who knows? No one really knows. All right. So that's kind of where we're at. This daily candle, for a continuation candle, it needs to close basically underneath the previous day low. All right. So when you're just looking at these candles, you're thinking, what kind of candle is this? Is this a bearish candle? Is this a bullish candle? Is this does this look like this candle is going lower or higher or whatever? Yeah. When you look at candles, if you're looking at candles that are trying to start a downtrend, I'll go back into price history so you can have a little idea. Okay. Look at this down move here. Yeah. Continuation candles will usually close lower. Yeah, you're getting lower closes. So when you get a lower close, you get a close lower than the previous day, and then you get another close lower. You see that this kind of inverse hammer isn't a continuation candle as of yet, but then obviously it sold as it pulled back into that neckline. And then they started ranging. That was the liquidation candle, this last one. All right. So how many days was that after this consolidation? 2 days of consolidation, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So maybe by now, if history wants to repeat itself, we'll see. 2 consolidation days. Then Monday to Friday, we'll have a liquidation event. So 1, 2, and then 1, 2, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is 7. So 7. Anyway, there's some things to bear in mind. Yeah, the price is, it looks bullish. It always does when you get you see some shorts are entering this range. It'd be good to see the shorts liquidated, and then the price to move down. Unfortunately, TRVL is selling off. Unfortunately, yeah, it's a hard one, but it's it's not something that I'm in control of. It's looking good. It's looking a little bit weak right now. Quanks is looking really weak right now. It had basically, it's the same thing, you know, with Quanks. You had to hold the value area. You couldn't hold it. It's starting to look weak. A lot of coins on my list are starting to look pretty bizarre, pretty dreadful. Potentially the strongest one on the list is Binance coin, but they're still at the high of this range, making a high, slightly lower high there. Of all of them, Binance is the strongest. Like even Solana is looking weak, you know. That's the problem. Floki looks like a good one to short. It's just come underneath this pivot. One of the strongest ones is near. Let me see what it's looking like. I'm gonna fetch. Near looks really good, you know. See near protocol not selling off at all. Looks really strong. Of all of them, the near is probably the strongest, one of the strongest tokens. It's unbelievably strong compared to the rest of the market. It's like no one is selling. You see near, no one's selling. Let me look at Arrow as well. Is wow, Arrow is having a crazy pullback now. This, I mean, this was inevitable, really. You think about it. It corrected so much. I mean, no, it pumped so much in a short space of time. Yeah, I had the wave 3 complete, and it's hard to end the wave 4. But right now, I'm not expecting the wave 4, the correction, to come underneath the peak of the wave 1. That wouldn't be correct. So just looking at it now, this is probably heading down. You see Arrow? It's heading down, probably all the way down to somewhere here, to the range point of control, really. And this is actually a really good token. If anyone's interested in picking up a strong token, this is a good one. This is a really good token to pick up. Just because it's showing so much strength. That's going to be a good place to pick it up. I'll put an alert there as well. Yeah. Are we likely to see 65 hit this weekend? The one thing about Bitcoin is it likes to punish early longs and early shorts. Yeah. 65. No, I think getting up to 65 for me would be a massive sign of strength after weakness. I'm not thinking we see 65 getting back into the value area. Can't see it. Can't see it. Not just yet. I don't see it. Sorry. I don't know. I just don't. I don't see it because it's quite high up, and you'd have to change market structure to bullish again. That would be basically changing market structure, getting up above that high. You'd have to have one really off the charts short squeeze to get up there. Right now we're in kind of bearish, like a bearish structure, and you'd have to change that first, you know, on the lower time frame, and then on the higher time frame, realistically we have to get back up to this level here to change market structure, to begin to change 4-hour time frame market structure. That will be 65279. Get up to there, then you'll probably be looking for longs again. Yeah. But you see right now, I don't know. Just be careful. Just be really careful with all your coins. And you can see like Bitcoin, or why is Bitcoin going up? Because all alts are bleeding, you know, they're bleeding into Bitcoin. That's probably what's happening. Although here it says the market dominance is dropping. Oh, okay, you see what's happening? This is why. ETH is pumping a little bit. That's why Bitcoin dominance is dropping a little bit. But you see the whole market is bleeding in value. So just be aware of that. I don't mind being wrong, because obviously I want the price to go up, but I just think it's if we get any little pullbacks, just be careful, you know. All right, I'm probably gonna end the stream now. Yeah, we look. This I just want to show you this so you see what I see. We've got lower prices. Yeah, look at this. Lower prices, lower highs here, and the CVD is higher. You see the CVD is higher. So over this range from this pivot here to this pivot, you've got a lot of selling absorption. So it's bearish absorption. You're getting higher CVD, you're getting lower highs. Yeah? So now you're starting to see people selling. That's what's happening now. Now the movement is to the wave is to the downside, and it's going to be, you know, you're basically, if you're buying into people absorbing your orders effectively. That's what's happening at the moment. Not in this local area, but just from this whole down move, there was a little bit of bearish CVD forming here from this pivot here, from this one here. See how low that is? See how the CVD is all the way up here, and then the price is basically, now it's just made a higher high. Okay, so technically that bearish CVD has been invalidated. It doesn't mean there hasn't been selling that's being absorbed. Sorry, buying that is being absorbed by sell. So it doesn't mean that's not happening. The next one to see is this high here. Wait, we have to look at this. See how this plays out. That's a short closing. That's interesting. You see that? So actually now a short has actually closed. So that's quite interesting, because you've got people shorting here and the short just closed now. That's not a strong price action when shorts close. You actually want to see longs enter. So again, let's just see what happens. If we can get back into previous levels, then that would be really good to see. I'll be happy to see that. I'm not too worried if that happens, but I'm not looking for that right now. I'll be looking for shorting opportunities and see what happens. All right. I'm gonna go now. Thanks for joining me. If I see anything, I'll update you. Just bear in mind that we just need strength. If you want a long, we just need to see strength. Okay, wait for strength. Don't just... This isn't strength right now. Just wait for it. And the safest way to see strength is a change in market structure. At least it begins in a lower time frame. All right. This is the value area low that I've got marked out. That kind of corresponds to this range, this local range, value area low. If we can find strength and get back into there, you know, somehow, then who cares? Who cares about the bottom? No one really cares. Who cares about the bottom here? Might have been a great long opportunity. Who cares? You're not looking to long into weakness. You want to see strength, and then you can long with strength, right? So just wait for strength, and just to give you an easy way to see it is, let's break this trend line. All right, it's quite subjective. Usually you take the last 2 points, which would be these two, but I like to try and make it line up as much as possible, and then kind of consider it more of an area, like a more of an area than an exact line. This looks more correct. And then you've got kind of like, you've got an area of interest here. If the price can really show strength, get up somehow, find support, hold support, find support, hold support, you know, then then things change again. Yeah. Then what you'd be experiencing here, even though I'm feeling bearish, would be just a deviation of range, a failed auction, too many shorts getting trapped, whatever it is. But then when you see this, then you want to start seeing longs enter. So you want to see longs enter. You don't want this to just be something like that. Yeah. Again, it is quite easy to see because you have this value area low. And what we're looking for really in terms of strength is for the price to take out that high. If you take out that high, that's a 4-hour time frame high. And then if we get a pullback, that would be the kind of what you're kind of looking for. So that kind of idea would be the best, yeah, because you're getting a higher high and then you're getting a nice pullback into support for a long, yeah. And that's kind of what you want to see over the next, basically by tomorrow, next 24 hours. If you see something like that, it's fine. You just long a little bit higher up after you've seen that, yeah. Until you see that, then just be a bit patient, okay? Be a little bit patient. And if you see, if you get an opportunity to, you know, everyone is different, everyone's trading style is different, and it's quite difficult when you have these kind of bearish consolidations because they look very bullish. So just bear that in mind. If you want, it may be easier to just do a local volume range, and the easiest way to do this is to let the volume, if the price comes out and then comes back in, that's probably the easiest way to see, yeah. Sometimes that doesn't happen. Sometimes it just finds resistance and goes right back down, okay. And this is something to bear in mind. You could short Bitcoin to cover your Bitcoin position, or if you want, you can be looking to short Bitcoin but then short one of these shit coins, one of these crappy coins, these crappy altcoins, yeah. That's kind of what I'll be looking to do. I'll be looking to build a short position on one of these shit coins. It doesn't really matter, because if Bitcoin suddenly goes to the moon, your short will get stopped out, but your spot portfolio is going to go to the moon too. So actually shorting is not a bad way of hedging against uncertainty, especially when everything's starting to look weak. But it doesn't make sense doing it on Bitcoin per se. It's probably better to do it on one of these rubbish coins, yeah, because that's usually where you're going to get more move to the downside, and that's going to act as a hedge, because it means that even though the market's going down, you're still potentially making money. If suddenly the price starts to show strength and you get stopped out on your short, it doesn't really matter, because then the whole of crypto is actually going up and your HODL positions are going up. So that's why it's not a bad idea to short. Not a bad idea at all to short. If you get an opportunity, if you see a good entry, if you see some resistance, and yeah, not a good idea to sell your spot. But people will, you know, people will panic. You can see there's a lot of selling going on, yeah, buying and selling, but mostly selling. Let me have a look at the total market cap. It's kind of following the same pattern as Bitcoin, unfortunately. Excluding the top 10, we had a really nice bounce off this SR flip. And, you know, the problem with these bounces is you need them to go up. They have to go up. You can't just bounce and then not go up, because otherwise this is more like a dead cat scenario where you bounce but actually it's going down, yeah. So the problem is that we have had a nice bounce. The only way to know if this is solid, if this kind of SR flip idea is correct, if you get another rejection, another bounce, for another bounce, you know, like we have to see what happens. And it's the same with Bitcoin. Like, even though people might feel a little bit bearish, and they might be looking for much lower, yeah, ultimately there's going to be a big event if we take these lows, see what happens. Do you get a swing failure, another bounce, or do you get a liquidation? Yeah. And then the other thing to bear in mind, and this is going to really start really causing a lot of stress for a lot of people, yeah, is if we do go down, you get a little bounce, does it just go to do that, you know? So that's very possible, eh? You get a little bounce, another bounce, starting to look bearish again. People can get a bearish, bullish again, just to have another. That would be like a lower high idea of a swing failure off the low sometime in the beginning of May. Yeah. So effectively, you're taking the liquidity maybe before the end of the month. Bounce. To just, you know, to just go down. And so actually, when you're looking at the line in the sands for a major repair to changing this bearish price action, you can draw this outer line. You see that outer line there? Draw that outer line, and effectively what you want BTC to do sometime in the future, wherever it is to get back above that line. Yeah, is to just get right back above that line. You get back above that line, I think a lot of people will be buying Bitcoin en masse and coins and everything. Yeah, so you could just put that outer line. That's like, that becomes the line, a really important line that needs to be broken for the price to finally get going to the upside. Yeah, just put that on your charts, and in the meantime, just be patient. Yeah, and see what happens, right? All right, I hope that's been helpful. I don't know if it has. It's kind of pretty depressing. I'm pretty depressed about it, to be honest with you, because I wanted Bitcoin to go to the moon. But I'm not in control of these things. So, and let's see what happens. A lot of people will tell you never short the lows of a higher time frame range. I'm one of those people. Like, I would normally be looking for longs here. I just don't like that we've changed market structure, really. I don't like that we've taken that low out. And so naturally, I'll be looking for a lower high. You know, that's what I'll be looking for, lower high. And it could just happen here. You could just get a little kind of lower high here. As soon as you make a lower low, you know, then you're heading down, then you're making lower prices. Yeah, so we could be trying what the price is trying to do now. The price is trying to make a lower high. It's trying to make a lower high, right? You've got that outer trend line that I've drawn. You've got a much steeper trend line, which is your first line of repair, this kind of steeper one. Let's put those lines in. it's a bit subjective of the extent of the line. I like to take the kind of the furthest distance, but just be aware that the price could also kind of come in a bit tighter. So it could do that. That's probably better. But the price could also, depending on how bearish it is, find resistance off the inner line. That's the outer one's probably the better one though, because you won't get in trouble if you use the outer line because it's further away from the price. And then that's kind of where we are now. Okay. And you've got your Sunam Shahzadi. Market is in the downtrend. Halving is over. Market will crash 35k. Yeah. I am thinking to myself that it won't go to 35k. I'm actually thinking about 44. Okay. I'm thinking about 44. I'm thinking here, yeah, the top of this range here is where it's going to come to if we go down. I don't think it's going to go down there. I think that's extremely unlikely. So for many reasons, but obviously that would invalidate the Elliot waves. And so I'm not looking for the Elliot waves to be invalidated. I'm looking for them to continue. So for me, this would be the extent of the correction. It would be down to there. Okay. Then this correction is extremely complicated. ABC, ABC. Like this becomes an extremely complicated correction if we are heading down there. And is that possible? You know, anything's possible in crypto. So it depends. It'd be a very ugly correction if that was to happen, something like that. That's the extent, I think. Let's see. After 2021 halving, you can watch the, yeah, but that was very different. That was COVID, yeah. Unless we have something like COVID, I don't see that happening. Yeah, the world is at war. Russia's at war. Middle East. It's already happened. You know that all of that kind of stuff has already been priced in to the markets. Yeah, the markets aren't reacting to that because all of that's already priced in. All that we're seeing now is a little bit of reaction to this. The DTCC denies collateral status to Bitcoin linked ETFs in new policy. This was yesterday. This document was released yesterday. Look, April the 26th. And effectively what this means, just by kind of skimming it, it means that all of these companies and funds and whatever, when they buy Bitcoin through ETFs, they can't use that Bitcoin value as collateral for further loans and finance. That becomes problematic because effectively then it becomes dead money, dead value. Yeah. So if you've got multiple billions dollars worth of value in Bitcoin, that becomes dead value if you can't use it as collateral, because a lot of these big businesses, they'll use their portfolio to fund, you know, to fund certain projects and developments and stuff like that. Usually these companies, they're using their collateral to fund things, and so then obviously they're not going to put their value into something which they can't use as collateral. It becomes very restrictive to how they invest in Bitcoin. Yeah, becomes very problematic for a lot of big players if they can't use that value as collateral. And so naturally, if they've been buying, they're probably going to be kind of scaling back a bit, especially if they're in profit now, and kind of rebalance their portfolios to adjust for that change that's just happened or happening. It's going to happen beginning of April. See that? Beginning of May, end of April. See that? So this is a big deal. You just can't ignore that development. It's just a fact. Yeah. And it doesn't change anything, because you still have the halving effect. The halving effect is still in play. Effectively, what that means is that the supply is, there is a supply shock. The miners aren't going to sell as much, and you're going to have a period of time where people are accumulating, and that will have its impact on the market. Yeah. Really, at the end of the day, what's needed to push Bitcoin to the higher prices that people want is a runaway inflation event. Yeah, is uncontrollable inflation. Really, if people are thinking about the high prices, the higher numbers, it has to come from high inflation. It has to come from a runaway inflation on the dollar, and or it has to come from massive worldwide crypto adoption. Yeah, in a very big way. There's two kind of events that could take crypto to the next level. Short of that, the markets are always gonna speculate in a very negative way. You know, like it's gonna go up, it's gonna go down. It's all speculative. It's all speculative value. Okay, and like just in this whole move up, it's all speculative, isn't it? There's no real value in Bitcoin, is there? If you can't do things with it. Like it's not like a house where you can rent it out or use a house to mortgage or house to live in. It's not the same, is it? It's all quite speculative value. Bitcoin is. I don't know. I think some cryptos are not speculative. I think they have real world businesses. They're making a shitload of money in their operations. They're much more streamlined and efficient than many businesses. Bitcoin, I don't know. Does it make money? I don't know. I think if there was no interest in Bitcoin, then there would be no value, right? So the intrinsic value is the value of the market giving it value. And so when you have the market suddenly saying there's no collateral value, when you have these people saying look, no collateral value will be given for any ETF or other investment vehicle that includes Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency as an underlying asset investment, hence it will be subject to 100% haircut. Yeah, it's a big deal, huh? I think that's a big deal. Let me copy that. My friend is skeptical. I'm going to copy that. All right, that's kind of, I'm sorry, I'm sorry I have bad news to report. Let's change market structure first before we start buying, and let's see what happens. All right. Right. I hope you guys have a good day. After DTC denied, will be. Well, look, just to answer your question, I have no idea what happens, but look, this is clearly saying, just read it for yourself. I mean, this is a big deal, huh? It starts from April the 30th. That's the end of the month. That's in 3 days' time. I mean, you'd expect anyone who's been buying on the ETFs to trim some of their position now. They're not like a lot of these larger players who are buying on the ETFs. They're not just gonna hodl because it's still a risk on asset, and if the asset has to bring them value, yeah. So it's still quite speculative. What value do they get if they can't use that value as collateral for loans and stuff like that, for finance, for raising finance? It becomes very problematic for them. Whereas with like stocks and all that kind of stuff, then they can use their portfolio to raise capital to fund their their projects, their further investment in their businesses and stuff. So it becomes quite, it is a big deal. It's not a small deal. It's not a small issue. It's a big issue. It would be better for them to look here. It says lenders to the LOC agreement. See that? So a lot of big banks are participating in this idea. See that? It tells you, look, it tells you what the collateral haircut. Well, anyway, it might be FUD, yeah. But if it's FUD, it's gonna, give. You got to let it play out, right? It might just be FUD. That's fine. Who knows? Yeah, no one really knows whether it's just FUD or whether it's a real, it's a real problem. Whatever it is, it's having its impact on the market. Let that play out. Yeah, we don't have to care about whether it's FUD or not, or whether that has a negative or positive. Sometimes they say FUD, just buy the FUD. It's not a big deal. It could just be FUD, and it could still be a really good opportunity to buy Bitcoin, and Bitcoin could still be going to the moon. I'm not really fussed about that. Really, at the end of the day, technically, I want to see a sign of strength. I want to see these trend lines broken. I want to see us get back into the value area low. That's really all I really care about. I'm not overly worried about the news and what's happening out in the outside world. Yeah, that's all I really care about. So what was that? Oh yeah, that was that. Wow, that was flat one. Oh shit. So right now I have this value area low. I just want us to get back in, right? That's all. I just want us to get back into that value area low. We get back in, so we can have another conversation about whether that FUD is going to play out or not. I'm not going to catch this low because I'm not interested in that, because we're shortly coming into resistance, and so I just want to see what happens. You know, when you're not sure, it's always best to wait. Yeah, wait for confirmation of strength or confirmation of weakness or confirmation of something, and to see what happens. Yeah, that's basically it right now. And let's see what happens, right? I think it'll be good. I mean, look, Bitcoin can always fake out and it can always destroy early shorts. But it will be good opportunity if the markets do turn over the next 2 days. We'll see what happens with the price action. But if we're not able to get back into that higher time frame value area low, yeah, if we can't get back in, then this is the area to sell, really, you know, because that's the idea, isn't it? Can we or can't we get back into the value area? That's the question now. This is the value area. Can we get back in? Right? And that's the question that I'm asking. If we can't get back in, then this is the area to sell. This is the area to short. Okay? Because you're looking for further price. You're looking for lower prices. And yesterday we shouldn't have had that red candle. Honestly, like if this was bullish, we shouldn't have had that red candle. We should have ended with a green bullish candle yesterday. Naturally, people have immediately sold into yesterday's close. That's what this candle is now. It's a sell into the close. And now we're getting a little bit of a retracement. It's not looking bullish. It's just a little bit of a retracement to fill the volume gaps created by that sell, and to test levels before the price effectively continues going in the direction that it was originally going. This could kind of go sideways for a couple of days. It's possible that we have a little bit of indecision here before we kind of finally get to move. Okay, if we are going down, it's always nicer when people are in a position for the price to go in their direction quickly. And so that's why a lot of people, when they're doing that, they look at the lower time frame and they're looking for entries lower, because they're looking for the price to come back quickly. So I did say it's not a good idea to short now. What you're effectively trying to do if you're looking to short is wait for the price to come into resistance, find resistance, and then you can kind of scale into a short if you're looking to short. Nick Matthews, not the worst. Oh my God. I'm glad I'm not the worst. I'm sure there's a lot of bad ones out there. Wait for strength. If you want a long, you have to wait for strength. Yeah. And if that news is going to play out, then you just have to wait for a good entry for weakness. I think it'll be good, like if people are looking to short, then the ones to short are these shit coins. Yeah. And for me, Slurf is one of them. When it pumps quite high, and when it crashes, it really goes to the floor. So probably Slurf is a good one to short. And then also I'm looking at Whiff as well. It's rubbish coins. That's one short I'd be looking to take. If it comes up, be a nice short. And effectively what you're doing is you're looking at BTC to short. I'm actually pretty good. I appreciate that compliment. What's the price? So strength again, I'll just repeat it just so people realize we need to change market structure. That's priority number one. That's what you need to see. You need to change your market structure. It starts at the lower time frame. Okay, it always starts at the lowest time frame. Right now, when you're looking at the market structure, technically in the 5-minute time frame, you only need to take out that high to change market structure on the 5-minute time frame to bullish. You lower high, lower low, higher high, higher low, potentially take that out. 5-minute time frame is back to bullish, and so then you could end up in a little bit of a flag for a little bit more of an extended period of time. I'm not really too worried about 5 minutes. I'm more concerned about 4 hours and above. And so you see on the 4-hour time frame, we were having our higher lows, higher highs, and then we took out that low to make a lower low. It actually went all the way down to here. And then we made a lower high, and then we took out this low to confirm bearish market structure here. And so effectively, if we want strength to return back to Bitcoin, the price needs to get back up to there, take out that high, and confirm it with some kind of higher low, and then back into the high again. So I'm not really interested in longing until I see that change. Yeah, doesn't really matter catching the low here. If this is the low, if this is the low, if this is it, this is game over. This now Bitcoin is going to go to 1 million, and this is the low. I don't think it really matters if you buy Bitcoin here or here. Yeah, it doesn't really matter if you buy it here or let it go up there and buy it here. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Effectively, what you're trying to do is wait for the price to show strength and then catch the dip, catch the first retracement, and let the price find support. And at least then you have a really good risk to reward ratio on your trade or on your purchase, because you're catching the pullback into support. Because we've made a lower low here, and because we've lost the value area low, this value area low is of this whole bullish range in these highs. We've had bearish price action for the last few weeks. We've had failed auctions, but obviously liquidating here at the lows, a lot of liquidations here. Bullish absorption on the higher time frame, and then getting back into the value area was kind of what you needed to see for strength. And ultimately this value area low had to hold, or has to hold, as support. You can't lose it. You can't lose the value area after you've reclaimed it. That's weakness. So you're going from strength straight back to weakness. Yeah, it was expected to get a rejection at the point of control. That's normal. That's a good place for people to take profit, and that's a good place for people to short if they're looking to add to their shorts, right? But you don't then lose the value area low after you get a rejection from the point of control. Yeah, so now we need to get back into the value area first, and we just have to follow this and see what happens. And there's no way for, it's not a good place to buy the dip, to be honest with you right now. It's actually a really terrible place, just simply because you'll be buying it in, you're buying into resistance right now. What you really want to do is wait for that to flip back into support and then buy back on support. So I think a good kind of like just on the lower time frames, I'm just waiting to see if we can get back into this previous range first. I don't think it's going to happen, and therefore it's also a good opportunity to hedge your positions with a short, with a relatively small invalidation, because the downside is pretty grotesque. if we do decide, if Bitcoin does decide to go down, yeah, you have relatively small invalidation here, relatively, and you have quite a large downside potential if the price actually does start to collapse. And then the other problem that we have now is on all of the local time frames, we're starting to develop some really bearish momentum on the moving averages, and you just can't ignore momentum really. Once momentum starts to pick up, it starts to get quite brutal and it's quite hard to turn. Yeah, so you can see on the lower time frames how the moving averages are starting to turn to the downside. You see, look at that, it's a 2 hour. You see how the moving average is starting to turn to the downside. So you can see that the momentum is starting to shift on the lower time frames back to down, and that's gonna be quite problematic for the price to get back up if the momentum starts to pick up. Yeah, and unfortunately we don't have any higher time frame moving averages to hold us up. You know, we don't really have any. They're quite low down. Like here, look, this is the 3-day time frame. It's quite far away. It's kind of, this is the 50 average on the 3-day. This is at about 54k. If it was here, it would be a different story, but it's not. Weekly is much lower. See, they're much lower. So, and then the lower time frame moving averages, they're starting to turn. The price is starting to, it's kind of fallen underneath those major moving averages. So you're already seeing a shift in the momentum. And so that's quite problematic too. So another sign of strength would be actually for the price to get back above those moving averages. Otherwise the momentum is going to continue rolling to the downside. So you got to bear that in mind. It's a lot easier to see with the Bollinger Bands actually. They're quite helpful in seeing momentum. And once it starts rolling down, it's quite hard to fight. Yeah, so you see, this is the 4 hour time frame. These are the Bollinger Bands. This is the 20 MA in the middle. You see when we first came down here, the first all-time high here, you know, the midpoint basically was resisting the price. It was finding it hard to get back above. And you see now we've kind of just come back underneath it again. Yeah. And so unless we can get back above, then you're going to start seeing that momentum carry us down. It's not just going to be a straight, easy reversal. And you see how on the 12 hour, we're still going sideways. So this kind of, it takes a little bit of time to play out. You know, it takes a little bit of time. Interesting. Definitely not the top. I mean, I don't think we're not coming back up to the top. The reason why it's a very easy to see, but I don't see a topping. For me, that's not a topping reversal, because we haven't actually, because you see in the previous two peaks back in the last bull market, each month, the second month, it took the liquidity from the highs of the previous month. You see that? So if people are thinking, is this the top? I don't think so. Just because here you see at the tops, the next month took the liquidity before falling back. We haven't actually done that. Okay, so that's quite interesting. And then the other thing that we need to see is we need to see where this month closes. It's looking quite bearish. but it doesn't, I don't think it's necessarily the top. We might just be looking to, I don't know. Who knows, really? No one really knows. I think about 44. You know? I'm kind of, in my mind, I'm thinking about 44. If we start going down, there's some of that. I got how that corresponds to this range. Somewhere there. That's what I think. The previous bull market point of control came in at about 47. I think I've got those levels anyway. Yeah. I think that's going to be the lowest, huh? And then I think if we do go down and we can't swing failure the low of the range, and we just continue making lower highs, then you're probably looking somewhere here at the value area high of the overall range and the previous bull market value area high. And if not, then all the way down to the previous bull market point of control, which is about somewhere between 44 to 47. It'll get quite volatile when you start hitting those levels, because people will be aggressively selling, and then you're also probably going to get a lot of people aggressively buying once it gets into those areas. Let me have a look at this bull market. Probably need to update that one. Yeah, no real change. That's slightly lower. And for all intents purposes, this last weekly's candle was a red gravestone doji. Potentially a bullish reversal doji, potentially. Yeah. So last week's gravestone doji was potentially a reversal one, simply because you took the low of the previous week low. There was a massive liquidations at the lows, and we were able to close back above the previous week low. So basically this week, what we needed for this candle was a green candle. We needed a green candle, and effectively we needed to close above that high. If this week's candle was a green candle and we closed above that high, we could have potentially be looking at a weekly time frame reversal pattern forming. You need another green candle to confirm it, but you can get these gravestone dojis in the lows of ranges. They have potential for reversal. Instead, we're seeing the complete opposite. What happened was the price went up, took the liquidity from the week high, and now we're trading lower than the week open. So this is actually a bearish continuation, and it's a rejection from the highs of the previous week. So rather than confirming that gravestone doji as some kind of pivot for a bullish reversal, what we're getting this week is confirmation that actually the bears are still in control, and they're just trying to look to take the prices lower. That's effectively how it goes. How long's this call go on? This call, I don't know, I just make it up. Go on as long as I feel like it. I'm looking to finish though. It's not really planned. It's just all freestyle. I just look at the charts and I just analyze them, and then if people are interested, I look at other charts too. See, now this is quite an important area. Bitcoin is coming back into these previous pivot to see what happens. It is looking bullish right now, but I'm not looking to buy until I see confirmation of strength. What is that? Oh look, Some longs have coming in on leverage. There's quite a lot of leverage in her. 2.6 million increase in OI. We've taken the high there. Okay, so that's like a higher high on the 5-minute time frame. Technically, 5-minute time frame market structure is bullish. Technically, we're now trading underneath the high. Where's the VWAP? The VWAP is underneath us, and we haven't really had any liquidations. You see that? It's always concerning when you don't see liquidations. It's always concerning. Like, you want to see liquidations and you're not seeing them. Am I seeing divergences? Not right now. I'm not seeing any divergences right now. It'd be nice to see some, but I'm not seeing them. Some longs are coming in now. See, this is what usually happens when you have a... That's why it's never good to short the lows. Because you get this kind of bounce. It's like a dead cat bounce. Yeah, it's like a little kind of relief rally. And a lot of people who shorted late is getting... They're looking to get punished. So late shorts always get punished. Effectively, what's happening is that there's a lot of gaps filled when the price descends quickly, and the markets, they don't like gaps. So what they do is the market tries to fill the gaps. And also, if people have shorted late, market makers love to liquidate late shorts and late longs, early shorts and early longs, late shorts and late longs. The market loves to liquidate those people. That's how they make their money. And so you get this kind of bullish price action when actually overall it's looking quite bearish. Yeah. And so it kind of offset. It kind of puts people off foot because people are bullish because of the halving and, you know, the Bitcoin bull market and the narrative and everything else. You don't want to miss out. You don't want to FOMO miss out. So you'll think like FOMO is a real thing. And so now you're seeing a little bit of bullishness. So you're thinking, so, oh my God, this is now going up. I made a mistake. I sold, or I shouldn't have done that. Or you panicked, you sold right at the low. And now you're seeing the price go up. You're thinking to yourself, oh my God, the price is going up. I sold. Maybe I should buy back in. Look at it. It's looking bullish. So naturally, people are now trying to buy back in because they sold. And the price goes right back down. And so that's why it's really important for the price to first show strength. And the way to know is just by changing market structure, really. That's the way to know. Not on the 5-minute time frame. It could be this is, you want it to turn, you know, like, honestly, I want to see a market structure change now on the 4-hour time frame. Otherwise, I'm just going to continue to be bearish. Like, it's just turned bearish. Why would I suddenly go bullish? And actually, it would be bullish if we just change the market structure to bearish right now on the 4-hour time frame. We made a lower low. This is our lower high. Lower low is here. It'd be quite bullish if we were able to now to go and make a higher high. That'd be quite bullish. And so I'd like to see that. If I saw that, I'd be like, okay, it wasn't as bearish as I thought. Maybe this was just FUD. And then we made a higher high. I'd be looking to long again, but on the pullback into support. Probably somewhere near the golden pocket or as close as possible to the high that's put in. And then that would be a back test of the value area low, which is kind of what you'd want to see after you reclaim the value area. You'd want to see some kind of back test. That would be your entry, really. And then you could trade for a higher low, and then you'd have to see then, if you saw that high taken out, for a change. And that would look quite bullish as well if that was to happen. And then you could probably squeeze up And so right now people are feeling maybe, oh my God, I'm FOMOing back in. No, it's not right. Just be patient. And if anything, short, look, actually there's a short opportunity there, because that's looking like potentially a little swing failure. I'm not seeing liquidations. I'd like to see liquidations, but I'm not seeing them. I might add to my short. I have a little short going on whiff. I might add to it. I'm slowly building a short on whiff. I don't expect whiff to go to the moon anymore. It's looking quite bullish with. Where is that shitcoin? But to me, it looks like a head and shoulders pattern. Right shoulder. We've made a lower low on the daily time frame here. So now we've lost the point of control. We've found resistance on the value area high. Now I'm looking for the price to go down and make a lower low, and then hopefully that will complete the beginning of this head and shoulders, and to complete it we can hopefully just drop all the way down. That's kind of what I'm imagining, and it's quite a good place actually, because I don't really expect the price to come back to over the point of control in any meaningful way now that we've lost it. And what's interesting about this daily candle from yesterday, not only do we lose the point of control, yeah, if you zoom in, you'd have to really zoom in to see. We've basically, it doesn't look like we have, it's almost there. We kind of, it looks really bearish the way it's closed. It's a pretty poor, it's not a great close for the bulls. Right back at the low of that doji. Technically the entry was the swing failure there, but now that we're underneath the point of control, I'm okay with that. I'm okay for building a short into this token and seeing what happens. All right, I hope that was entertainment enough for most people, educational enough. Whatever. If you're new, thank you for joining me. I live stream every day, so the times varies, generally in the morning, and I'm happy to just look at any tokens if people are looking to see what's going on. But generally speaking, most altcoins are in trouble. Most of them are in trouble right now, unless Bitcoin can find strength. That's what we're looking for now, to see if Bitcoin can find strength. All right.